Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. This is the place where eerie tales and calming whispers meet, helping you drift into peaceful sleep with a touch of mystery. Before we begin tonight's story, I'd love to know, where in the world are you listening from? Leave a comment below and let me know. And if you're enjoying these nightly journeys, don't forget to like, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a night of chilling calm. Now, close your eyes, get comfortable, and let's drift into the unknown together. Moving to Texas was never part of my plan, but life has a way of forcing decisions you never expected to make. I was pregnant with my first child, alone in my hometown with no support system, and I knew I couldn't do it on my own. My mother offered me a place to stay, a safe space where I could prepare for motherhood without struggling through it alone. It felt like the best choice at the time. So I packed up what little I had and moved in with her and my stepfather, Dale, ready to start over. For the first year, things were fine. My son was born, and while the exhaustion of new motherhood weighed heavily on me, I felt comforted by the fact that I had help. My mother and Dale had other children, step-siblings for my son, and though the house was crowded at times, it was a warm and welcoming place. At least, that's what I thought, until the night things started to change. It was a quiet evening, around 9 o'clock. My mom, Dale, and I were sitting at the dining table, chatting as I held my 6-month-old son in my lap. He was refusing to sleep, restless in my arms. He was a loud baby when he was upset, and since my room was directly across from the kids' rooms, I didn't want him waking them up with his fussing. I thought keeping him with me, letting him relax in my arms, would eventually help him settle. Then, without warning, he froze. His tiny body stiffened against me, as rigid as if something had locked his limbs in place. His bright, curious eyes locked onto a single spot in the living room, a dark, empty corner. My son had never been the type to stay still, always squirming, always reaching for something. But now, he was motionless, his breath barely even audible. I followed his gaze, my eyes darting to the shadowy corner, but there was nothing. Just empty space. "Mom," I said, my voice cautious. She turned to me, confused, until she saw the way my son was staring. She frowned and glanced at the corner, her expression hardening. Slowly, she stood up, walked across the room, and waved her hand through the air, as if expecting to touch something. Nothing. The air was empty. Then my son, still locked in place, lifted his tiny hand and pointed directly at the corner. A whimper left his lips, his cry quiet but unmistakable. My mother hesitated, then walked back toward me, shaking her head. A moment later, my son let out a long breath, slumped against my chest, and fell asleep within minutes. It was as if whatever had held him in its grip had finally let go. I carried him to his crib, turned on soft music, and left him there until I was ready to sleep myself. I thought nothing of the faint shadows I saw moving in the hallway that night, flickering in the small gap beneath my door. I assumed it was just Dale checking on his kids. I was wrong. 2 nights later, it happened again. This time, my son didn't just whimper, he screamed. I held him close, rocked him, whispered reassurances, but his eyes were locked in place, fear carved into his small face. My mother checked the corner again, found nothing, and eventually, exhaustion won. He fell asleep, sniffled out his last few sobs, and I laid him down. Later that night, around 10:30, I went outside for a cigarette before heading to bed. The air was cool against my skin, and for a moment, I let myself relax. When I stepped back inside, Dale was waiting. He stood near the hallway, his expression unreadable. "He's okay," he said, nodding toward my son's room. "But who's that woman?" I froze. "What woman?" "The one standing in front of your door." His voice was casual, almost detached, as if he were commenting on the weather. "Short, skinny, got short, curly hair. She's wearing a button-down shirt and a long jean skirt." I felt a chill crawl down my spine. My mouth went dry. "Dale," I said carefully, "you're drunk. There's no one there." He turned to me, brow furrowing, but I didn't wait for a response. My mind was already racing. I knew exactly who he had just described, my grandmother. She had died 2 years earlier. Dale had never met her. The next 3 nights followed the same pattern. The feeling of being watched, my son's inexplicable terror, the strange movements in the corner. And then, the house was gone. Not in a literal sense, but in a way that mattered. Dale had been in a car accident, unable to work, and without his income, they lost the house. My mother and Dale took the kids and moved an hour and a half away to stay with Dale's parents, while I stayed behind to finish packing. It made sense at the time. They needed space to figure things out, and I needed time to pack without the chaos of 3 young kids running through the house. I wasn't afraid to be alone. I should have been. The first night was quiet. I packed up the kids' belongings, organized my room, and went to sleep on the couch. But the second night, that's when it started. I put my son to bed, left his music playing softly, and shut the door behind me. That's when I heard it. Whispers. Low, hushed voices, too quiet to make out but unmistakably there. I opened my son's door again, but all I could hear was the Disney music playing. I stepped into the living room, following the sound. It was coming from my mother's old bedroom. The moment I reached for the door, the voices stopped. A chill crawled up my spine. I shut the door and turned on the TV, focusing all my attention on Alfred Hitchcock Presents, forcing myself to ignore the feeling creeping along my skin. I eventually fell asleep around 1 a.m. The next night I saw them. 4 figures. They stood in the backyard, unmoving, half hidden between the deck and the back fence. They didn't shift, didn't blink. They were just there. I took a picture with my phone, but when I looked at it, there was nothing. I went inside, locked the doors, and refused to step back outside until the sun rose. The night after that, the music started. Big band 1950s style, crackling and distorted as if playing from an old record player. It came from my mother's room, filling the air with its eerie, fluctuating volume. My son refused to sleep in our room, screaming every time I laid him down, so I made a bed for him on the living room floor. He was asleep within minutes. The music played for 3 hours before stopping abruptly, leaving the house in an unsettling silence. By the 5th night, I had adjusted to the haunting music, the figures outside, the voices whispering just out of reach. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened next. I woke up gasping for breath. Thick fingers wrapped around my throat. A guttural breathing rasped in my ear. I couldn't move. Tears streamed down my face as my son's terrified screams echoed through the house. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, the grip vanished. I shot up, ran to my son's crib, and pulled him into my arms, my entire body shaking. I stumbled into the kitchen, desperate for water, and froze. The largest butcher knife we owned lay on the counter, vibrating, moving by itself. I watched, horrified, as it lifted an inch off the surface. A deep, inhuman laugh filled the room. I grabbed my son, shoved him into his car seat, stuffed whatever I could into bags, and ran. I was out of that house in less than 5 minutes, tires screeching as I tore down the road. When I finally reached my mother, I was too hysterical to explain what had happened. My phone had died halfway there, leaving me sobbing in a panic. Dale's mother didn't believe me. But my mom and Dale, they did. The new owners of the house left in just as much of a hurry as I had. The neighbor who went inside to clean up barely made it past the front door before she felt like she was being strangled. Now, the house is gone. The land has split open, a deep crack running through it like an old wound. The city tore it down. And maybe, just maybe, that was the only way to end whatever was lurking inside. I was around 11 or 12 years old when I had my first paranormal experience. At that age, I was still sleeping in my parents' room. My single bed was tucked into the corner, positioned near the window, while my parents' larger bed sat in the center of the room. My father had always been a light sleeper, waking up throughout the night to check on me. It was a habit of his. He would adjust my blanket, making sure I was covered properly, and sometimes he would open the window slightly if the room felt stuffy. Other times, if he thought the air was too cold, he would shut it again. He also had a habit of snoring, a deep, rhythmic sound that often comforted me as I drifted off to sleep. It was a December night, cold enough that I had wrapped myself tightly in my blanket, seeking warmth. I wasn't someone who slept through the night. I usually woke up every couple of hours, shifted positions, and then quickly dozed off again. That night was no different. I woke up facing the wall, my body curled slightly. Without thinking much of it, I turned over onto my back, stretching slightly before shifting to turn toward the right. But just as I was about to move, I reached for my blanket, pulling it up higher to cover myself more securely. And that's when I saw him. Someone was standing beside my bed. My breath caught in my throat. My first instinct was to assume it was my father. It made sense. He often woke up in the middle of the night to check on me, and maybe he was adjusting the window again. But something felt off. The figure stood completely still, his posture rigid. His face was turned toward the window, one arm raised slightly as if reaching for it. The dim glow from the outside light illuminated his clothing just enough for me to make out details. Light golden or yellowish-colored pants. A pale blue shirt. Something wasn't right. His clothes looked blurry, faded, almost like they didn't belong in this time. My heart pounded as I tried to focus on his face, but the dim light made it impossible to make out any features. Still, my mind stubbornly clung to the idea that this was my father. And then a thought struck me, one so simple, yet so terrifying that a chill ran down my spine. My father never wore pants and a shirt to bed. He always slept with his shirt off. A wave of confusion washed over me. Who else could it be? My mother was the only other person in the room, and she was no way as tall as the figure standing before me. I should have felt scared right away, but in that moment, my mind refused to accept what I was seeing. Instead, I did the most natural thing. I reached out. "Papa?" I called softly, my voice barely above a whisper. No response. He didn't turn. He didn't move. Something about the stillness unnerved me. My father, even if half asleep, would have acknowledged me in some way. But this figure remained frozen, unresponsive, his arms still raised toward the window as if caught in an unfinished action. I shifted slightly, stretching my arm further, trying to touch him. My fingers moved through the air, and touched nothing. I blinked. I should have made contact. He was close enough that my hand should have brushed against his arm. But there was nothing there. A sharp, electric jolt ran through my body as the realization struck me all at once. This was not my father. My body locked up, my heartbeat thundering in my ears. It took everything in me not to scream. I wasn't looking at my father. I wasn't looking at anyone I knew. This was a boy, someone young, perhaps in his early 20s. Someone I had never seen before. And he was just standing there, unmoving, unaware, or perhaps indifferent, to my presence. My chest tightened with fear. Slowly, shakily, I pulled my hand back, retreating beneath my blanket. My fingers trembled as I clutched the fabric, dragging it up until it covered my face. Every instinct screamed at me not to move. Don't turn. Don't breathe too loudly. Don't let him notice you. I squeezed my eyes shut and began to pray, whispering the words in my head as my body drenched itself in cold sweat. Time felt distorted. Every second stretched endlessly. I felt trapped in that moment, terrified of what would happen if I shifted, if I made a sound, if I drew attention to myself. My body begged for movement, for escape, but I couldn't do it. I just lay there, still as a corpse, my breath coming in short, shaky gasps beneath the blanket. I don't know how long I stayed like that, whether it was minutes or hours. But eventually, the fear grew unbearable. I had to do something. I swallowed my fear and called for my father again. This time, I heard his snoring. My ears had been ringing so badly that I hadn't noticed it before. But there it was, his deep, rhythmic snoring, the sound that always comforted me at night. Except now, it didn't comfort me. It confirmed something that made my stomach twist painfully. My father had been asleep the entire time. I hesitated, gathering every ounce of courage I had, and lifted the blanket just enough to peek. The figure was gone. I gasped, scanning the room frantically. He wasn't beside my bed anymore. He wasn't near the window. I turned my head toward the other parts of the room, searching for any sign of movement. Nothing. My throat felt dry as I whispered again. "Papa!" This time he stirred. His snoring stopped, and a second later, his groggy voice responded. "What's wrong?" I hesitated. How could I explain what I had just seen? I want to sleep next to you," I finally whispered. He grunted, barely awake. "Come here then." Relief flooded through me. I kicked off the blanket, ready to scramble into his bed, but then, my eyes caught something that made my heart stutter. A shirt. It was draped over the couch across the room, one of my father's shirts that he had taken off before going to sleep. I knew what it was. I had seen it there before. But in that moment, a different fear took hold of me. For a split second, my mind tricked me into thinking that someone was sitting there, watching me. A fresh wave of terror gripped me, irrational yet overpowering. "Come get me," I whispered desperately. "Please!" My father sighed, sitting up and flipping on a small light. "There's nothing there," he mumbled, glancing at the couch. "Come on." I hesitated for only a second before rushing to his bed, climbing in beside him. My body still trembled, my mind still raced, but I felt safer now, away from that corner of the room. Sleep came quickly, exhaustion finally winning over fear. But the nightmare followed. In my dreams I saw her. A woman, standing across the room, her presence dark and looming. Her face twisted into something unnatural, something inhuman. I woke with a start, heart hammering in my chest. The dream felt real, but I knew it couldn't be. Or at least, I wanted to believe that. That was the first time I had experienced anything like this. But it wasn't the last. For years after, I refused to sleep in that bed again. I moved into another room, sharing space with my grandmother and brother. But even there, the strange occurrences didn't stop. Whatever had found me that night never truly left. The rain had been relentless for the past 2 to 3 hours, hammering down on the car roof as we sat stranded in the middle of nowhere. The roads were slick, visibility was poor, and the winding hill paths ahead of us made it too dangerous to continue. My best friend, Nitin, had recently been selected for the state police, and this short getaway had been planned for months. Both of us had been looking forward to this break, 2 days of freedom before our schedules became impossibly demanding. The destination we had chosen was Rajdari and Devdari, 2 breathtaking waterfalls nestled deep within the Chandraprabha Wildlife Sanctuary, about 85 kilometers from our city. Rajdari, the tallest of them at 65 meters, cascaded down the rocky cliffs like a shimmering ribbon, surrounded by dense forests that gave the entire region an almost mystical aura. We had left early in the morning, hoping to avoid traffic, secure the best spot, and make the most of the day. When we started our journey, the rain was nothing more than a light drizzle, harmless and refreshing. But as we ascended into the hills, the drizzle evolved into an unforgiving downpour, blurring the roads and making every turn treacherous. Eventually, it became too dangerous to drive, and we were forced to pull over, praying the storm would ease. For a while, we sat there, laughing, joking, reminiscing about old times. The rain pounded around us, but we were in high spirits. Then, just as we were about to restart our journey, something happened that neither of us could explain. A sudden jolt. It felt as though someone had forcefully pushed the car from behind. Our laughter died instantly. Both of us whipped our heads around, searching through the sheets of rain. There was no one there. The road was empty. For a moment, we just stared at each other, confusion and unease creeping in. Nitin was the first to speak. "Maybe it was lightning," he said, though his voice lacked conviction. "Or a minor earthquake," I offered, though I knew neither of us truly believed it. We hesitated for a few more minutes before deciding to move on. The rain had finally let up slightly, and neither of us wanted to linger any longer. By 11:30 a.m., we finally reached our destination. The waterfalls were just as breathtaking as we had imagined, their mist weaving through the jungle, filling the air with the scent of wet earth and foliage. For a while, everything was perfect. But then we saw him. A man, gaunt, half-naked, his body caked in grime, crouched behind the rocks. He was eating something. At first, we couldn't quite make out what it was. But then Nitin gasped, his face twisting in horror. It was raw flesh. The remains of a dog, its mangled carcass sprawled on the forest floor. A nauseating wave of revulsion hit me, and I turned away. But Nitin couldn't look away. The man chewed slowly, his face expressionless, as though he had done this 1,000 times before. We decided not to linger. But before we left, I saw something even worse. A child, no more than 6 or 8 years old, stood in the clearing. His skin was smeared with ashes, his hair wild and unkempt. And he was drinking milk. Not from a bottle. Not from a cup. From a pig. The grotesque sight sent ice through my veins. My breath hitched, and for a moment, I considered calling out to Nitin. But something inside me, some deep, primal instinct, warned me not to. Instead, I took a step forward. Just one. And then, crack. A branch snapped from the tree above me and crashed to the ground just inches away, as if something had tried to stop me from going any further. I froze, unable to breathe. Behind me, Nitin and a few other visitors shouted my name, rushing toward me. I barely registered their voices. My eyes were locked on the spot where the child had been. He was gone. I felt sick, my skin clammy and damp with sweat. My body felt heavier than it should have, a dull, suffocating weight settling over my chest. "I'm not driving," I told Nitin as we made our way home. He didn't argue. By the time we reached my house, it was well past midnight. Exhausted, I took a long shower, hoping to wash away the unease that clung to me. That night I slept deeply. But in the morning, something was wrong. As I stood at the sink brushing my teeth, I felt an odd sensation in my left ear. And then, something came out. I recoiled, heart hammering as I watched a thin, thread-like substance emerge. My stomach twisted. I called the doctor immediately and booked an appointment. At the clinic, they ran tests, examining my ear, taking samples. 3 days later, the results came back. Everything was normal. Except for a small infection. The doctor circled the area on my report, prescribed me some antibiotics, and sent me on my way. I should have felt relieved. But I didn't. That night I woke up thirsty. Half asleep, I stumbled to the kitchen, filled a glass, and took a sip. And then, I saw myself. Not in the mirror. Not in a reflection. Standing near the entrance of the kitchen. A perfect replica of me, staring back. My hand trembled as I slowly set the glass down. And then, it vanished. Panic clawed at my throat. I took a step back, heart pounding, my mind racing with 1,000 explanations. Stress. Exhaustion. Imagination. But then I saw it again. This time, my apparition was moving, walking into my mother's room. Terror rooted me to the spot. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to run, but my legs refused to obey. I swallowed hard and forced myself forward, creeping toward my mother's room. The door creaked open. Inside, my doppelganger stood at my mother's bedside, unmoving. Then, as if sensing my presence, it turned and raised its hand. First at her, then at me. A second later, it vanished. The silence that followed was unbearable. It stretched around me, thick and suffocating, pressing into my ears until it became deafening. Something inside me whispered that this wasn't over. That something had followed me home from the jungle. That something wanted me to see it. And that maybe, just maybe, it was waiting. Waiting for the right moment to take me back with it. To the place where my time had stopped. To the silence that stretched endlessly into the unknown. "Sorry to interrupt," If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. On August 22nd, I had cataract surgery on my right eye. The doctor assured me that my temporary loss of peripheral vision was nothing to worry about, just a part of the healing process. There was no pain, no complications, just a lingering hesitation about getting behind the wheel. So, instead of driving, I decided to take the bus to my nearest Home Affairs office to replace my missing identity document. For us in South Africa, Home Affairs is where we register births, deaths, apply for IDs and passports, all the essential paperwork that marks the milestones of life. The bus stop wasn't far from my home, less than 100 meters, but to get there, I had to cross a busy double-carriage road. The road was divided by a grass-covered median lined with trees, the kind of place where early morning traffic could turn dangerous if you weren't paying close attention. Though the office only opened at 8 a.m., I left my house at 5:50 a.m. It wasn't paranoia, just practicality. By 6:30, the queue outside the building would already be winding its way around the block, and I had no intention of spending my entire day waiting. The journey itself was short, just 5 kilometers, but at that early hour, the world felt different. The streets were dark, the silence pressing. The winter air clung to everything, sharp and unforgiving, carrying the kind of cold that seeped deep into your bones. Cape Town winters had their own temperament, swinging between fierce storms and deceptively bright days. There was no snow, but the wind rushing down from the distant, ice-covered mountains could make you feel like winter itself had fingers reaching for you. Standing at the edge of the pavement, I scanned the road. The streetlights were enough to guide my way, but not enough to ease the uneasy stillness of the morning. I checked for oncoming traffic from the right, making sure it was safe before stepping onto the road. And then something pulled me back. It wasn't a stumble. It wasn't hesitation. It was a force, a strong, deliberate yank on the strap of my denim duffel bag, which was slung over my left shoulder. I staggered, my balance nearly lost as my feet scraped against the pavement. For a split second, I thought I had been grabbed, maybe a thief trying to snatch my bag. My area wasn't exactly the safest in the early mornings, and muggings weren't uncommon. But I had been alert, hyper-aware of my surroundings. I knew I was alone. I whipped my head around, scanning the street, my heart hammering. But there was no one. The only people in sight were 2 women standing at the opposite bus stop, waiting for a bus going in the other direction. No one had come close enough to grab me. And then, as if to confirm my worst fears, a car whooshed past, so close that the rush of air sent my coat flaring around me. A dark-colored car. No headlights. I hadn't even seen it coming. My legs trembled, not from the cold but from the realization of how close I had come to stepping straight into its path. Had I not been pulled back, I would have been directly in front of it. I stood there, frozen on the pavement, my breath unsteady. The road was clear now. I could have crossed easily, but my body refused to move. I just stood there, locked in place, unable to trust myself, unwilling to take another step. Then something pressed against my back. A light prod. A nudge, just enough to bring me back to myself. I spun around, expecting to see someone, anyone, reaching out to get my attention. But there was no one. The sidewalk behind me was empty. I swallowed hard, my pulse still too fast, my mind racing to make sense of what had just happened. Maybe my nerves were playing tricks on me. Maybe the adrenaline was making me feel things that weren't there. I turned back to the road, scanning it carefully, squinting to make sure there were no hidden dangers lurking in the shadows. And that's when I heard it. A voice. "It's safe now." The words weren't loud, but they were clear. A man's voice, rough-edged, familiar in a way that sent a different kind of shiver through me. I knew that voice. I knew that road. And I knew exactly where I had been standing. It was the same spot where, just last year, my brother's best friend had died. He had been crossing the road when a speeding driver hit him. He died on impact, right there, no more than a few steps from where I had stood, frozen in fear. I turned, my heart pounding in a different rhythm now. There was still no one behind me. No explanation. No logic. Just the undeniable truth that something, or someone, had just saved my life. The rest of my journey passed uneventfully. The bus arrived, I sat in my seat, the world around me moving as if nothing had happened. But I felt different. I carried the weight of something unseen, something I couldn't explain. A hand that pulled me back. A voice that guided me forward. Someone had reached out from behind the veil. To save me. May his spirit rest in peace. This happened nearly 2 months ago. He is here again. The man with the gold tooth. The same man I saw when I was a child. I was only 9 the last time I saw him, and now, I am 70. The years have shaped me, weathered me, left lines on my face and aches in my bones, but he has not changed at all. Not a single wrinkle, not a single sign of time's cruel hand. I remember him being bigger when I was small, but now, he seems much smaller, almost like one of Tweed's little people, something out of a forgotten world. He sits in my attic, perched on my old rocking chair, as if he had been waiting for me all these years. His legs stretched straight ahead, too short to reach the chair's arms, his hands gripping the edges of the seat. How long has he been up here? I seldom visit the attic, and the chair itself has been collecting dust for years. It never quite fit into the polished antique look of my home, yet I never had the heart to get rid of it. His thin, white hair gleams under the dim light, his skin stretched with deep, laughing wrinkles, his eyes an unsettling, vivid blue. But it is his smile that stands out most, the broad, knowing grin, the flash of the gold tooth that I could never forget. As a child, I didn't remember what he wore, but now I can see him clearly, dressed in a gray woven suit, a fine gold watch chain slipping into the pocket of his vest. He looks like someone from another time, another world. That chair, it had once sat in the cellar of my childhood home, a relic of the past, something that tied me to my family's history. As a little girl, I would rush down the old wooden stairs, my feet eager to reach the comfort of that basement, where the smell of burning coal filled the air. It was there that I first saw him, waiting for me, rocking ever so slightly, smiling as if we were old friends. And I believed we were. He was kind. He listened to me, talked to me, laughed with me when no one else did. My mother never saw him. She never heard him, no matter how many times I told her. She would simply shake her head and tell me I had a big imagination. Maybe I did. Maybe that's why I never feared him. He was just there, like an old companion, watching over me as I played. That chair held so many memories. My father used to sit in it after a long day of work, unlacing his boots, sighing as the warmth of the furnace relaxed him. Our old farm dog would lay nearby, curled in the heat, ever watchful for the moment my father would shake the tin can that held her supper. But those memories feel like another lifetime now. Today, I had come to the attic with a purpose, to sort through old photographs, to label them so my nieces, nephews, and grandchildren would know the faces and stories behind them. I wanted to make things easier for my husband and son for when I am gone. That thought lingers longer than it should. Gone. It is not a question of if, but when. The moment I reached the last stair of the attic, I saw him, and my breath caught in my throat. He was there, just as I remembered, sitting in the rocking chair as though he had never left. And I knew. He was here for me. Just as he had been for my mother before she passed. The rocking chair creaked ever so slightly, swaying in a slow, deliberate rhythm. I forced myself to walk past him, my heart hammering, my fingers shaking as I reached for the old bureau dresser. My mind told me to focus on my project, to ignore the way my stomach twisted, to pretend I had not seen him. But I had. And I knew what it meant. The doctor's words still rang in my ears, as clear as the day she had spoken them. My husband and I had sat in that sterile, suffocating office, frozen as she told us the news. Stage 4. Urgent. The words sliced through me, sharp and unforgiving. How could this be? The cancer had been gone for 15 years, Gone. Cured. And yet, here it was again, stronger, more vicious than before. I started the treatments. Again. The nightmare of it all was suffocating, a cruel repetition of the past. And now, he was here. I turned to face him, my throat dry, my hands cold. When? I whispered. He did not answer. His gaze remained distant, unfocused, locked onto something I could not see. A draft moved through the room, ruffling his thin white hair, though there were no open windows, no source of air. I tried again. When? But he did not speak. Panic clawed at my chest. I clenched my hands into fists, my voice trembling as I forced myself to stand taller. I was not a child anymore. I was not that little girl who had once run down the stairs, giggling at her imaginary friend. I turned away. I could not do this. I fled down the attic steps, heart pounding, lungs gasping for air, and I did not stop until I reached my desk. My hands trembled as I grabbed my phone. I needed to hear a voice. A familiar voice. Val. My niece, my best friend, the person who had always been more like a sister to me than a niece. We had always been connected in a strange, unexplainable way. Shared experiences. Shared thoughts. Sometimes, we even dressed the same without planning it. She had promised to visit in a few days. But I needed her now. The phone rang before I could dial. Relief surged through me. Hi, Val! I answered quickly, desperate to hear her voice. But it wasn't Val. It was her husband. My stomach dropped. Val left early, he said, his voice tight. She was in an accident. She's in a hospital not far from you. Can you get her? I'll be there as soon as I can. My breath hitched. Is she? She'll be fine. Broken wrist, some bruises. Her car is totaled, though. My pulse raced, my head spinning. She was alive. She was safe. The relief flooded in, but a dark, uneasy thought followed. All my life, I had believed the man in the rocking chair had come to take people away. I had thought he was a warning of death, a silent figure waiting for the inevitable. But now, I wasn't so sure. Maybe he had not come for my mother. Maybe he had come to save her. Maybe he had come for me now, not to take me away, but to protect me. I turned my gaze back to the attic door, my body still trembling. He was still up there, waiting. And I didn't know if I should be afraid or grateful. I have never believed in ghosts or spirits. Science has always made more sense to me. I believed in reincarnation to a certain degree, but only because energy cannot be created or destroyed. It has to go somewhere when the body is no longer using it. That, to me, was physics, not spirituality. I spent most of my life immersed in logic, working in the sciences, computer science, mathematics, chemistry. After leaving the religious cult I was raised in, I didn't discount religion entirely, but I no longer believed in an all-knowing, all-powerful being. I saw religion as something created to establish order, a set of rules written to ensure people behaved in a way that benefited society. The myths and legends? Just ways to instill fear and make people follow the rules. That was what I believed. Until I moved in with my sister. She lived in a small town near Tecumseh, Nebraska, the kind of place where time seemed to stand still. There were maybe 6 or 7 towns within 45 minutes of it that matched the description of ours, but I won't say exactly where. It's the only house like it in the area. A massive home built in the 1700s, nearly untouched by time, carefully restored and filled with antique furniture. She had moved there for the military, but when she returned from Afghanistan, she came back to find herself suddenly divorced. Her husband had been lonely, he said. It had only happened while she was gone, he claimed. It didn't matter. She kept the house, the car, the pets, and the mortgage. The house was massive, and she didn't want to be alone in it. She called me, knowing I was underemployed and fed up with my life. She needed someone there, someone to keep noise moving through the house, to make it feel lived in. And there was a job for me, A career path that offered full training, state benefits, excellent pay. I didn't ask many questions. I packed up my things and moved. At first, everything seemed normal. The house was enormous, the kind of place where shadows stretched long in the hallways and footsteps echoed across wooden floors. But I didn't think much of it. My sister had 2 dogs and 2 cats. I had my own dog and cat. That made 6 animals in total, so naturally, things got knocked over. Strange noises came from other rooms. The occasional creak of the floor didn't seem unusual in a house this old. My sister had a habit of joking about the house when things went missing. "Check the credenza in the dining room or the servants' pantry," she would say. "The mice like to hide things there." She was almost always right. But I still didn't think anything of it. Then one night, I was alone in the basement, curled up in an overstuffed recliner. My sister was upstairs, asleep in her room with her 2 dogs. The door to the stairwell was closed, so they couldn't have gotten out. My cat was stretched out on the couch beside me, silent and still. My dog was by the AC vent, his breathing slow, his body relaxed. My sister's cats were outside, curled up in their sleeping spot on the deck. It was a quiet night. No wind, no rain. The kind of night where you could hear the stillness pressing in from all sides. I was reading a book, sipping on hot cocoa, enjoying the calm when I heard it. Footsteps. Right above me. I froze. The first thought that crossed my mind was that my sister's dogs had somehow gotten loose, but they didn't come toward the kitchen door. The steps just stopped. I shook it off. Old house. Settling sounds. No big deal. 5 minutes later, it happened again. This time, the footsteps were heavier, slower. Deliberate. They were moving from the kitchen door, what we used as our front door, toward the dining room. I knew those steps were too heavy to belong to the dogs. A slow chill crept up my spine. I closed my book, about to stand, when I heard a voice. A woman's voice. Calling for Winston, my sister's dog. It wasn't loud, but it had a weight to it, like someone speaking at normal volume in another room. It had that strange quality, like a voice coming from an old TV with the sound turned too low. Then, another set of footsteps. I was no longer frozen. Someone was in the house. My sister was heavily medicated for PTSD. Anyone in town would have known that. If someone had broken in, they knew she wouldn't wake up. I moved quickly. The shotgun was in the safe. I grabbed it, moving up the basement stairs as quietly as I could. My dog lifted his head, ears alert, but he didn't move. I opened the basement door cautiously. The last thing I wanted was to let my dog into the kitchen. Fred was an Akita, powerful and territorial. If someone was in the house, he would attack first and think later. As soon as I stepped into the kitchen, a blast of cold air hit me. The hairs on my arms stood up. The air felt charged, heavy with something I couldn't explain. I could hear voices. A man and a woman, whispering from the hallway that led to my room and office. I moved toward the front door. It was shut. That didn't make sense. The door was heavy, and when the latch caught, it made a noise like metal striking metal. I would have heard it if someone had opened or closed it. I locked the deadbolt and took the key. No one was getting out that way. Then I heard her voice again. "Good boy." The same tone, the same strange, low volume. Winston was barking wildly from the stairs, slamming his body against the door, trying to get down. A harsh whisper brushed against my ear. "Be careful. Or maybe. Watch her." I turned sharply, shotgun raised. There was no one there. I stepped into the dining room, racking the shotgun. If someone was inside, they would know I was armed. But the hall was empty. Winston and the other dog were going crazy, their barking echoing through the house. And the strange electric feeling was gone. The air felt normal. Warmer. I searched the entire house. No one was there. I went upstairs to check on my sister. She was just starting to wake up, disoriented. When she saw me standing beside her bed with the shotgun, she screamed, scrambling for her pistol. Once she realized it was me, she cursed and demanded to know what the hell I was doing. I told her. I asked her if anyone else had keys to the house. If anyone else had permission to come inside. She sighed, rubbing her face. There's another man and woman who comes sometimes, she admitted. I stared at her. Who? I don't know, she said. They've been here since I moved in. I wanted to argue. I wanted to tell her how insane that sounded. But I had heard them. 2 nights later, I saw the man. Standing in the hallway. Dressed in an old-fashioned 4-piece suit. I could see the wall through him. He looked at me, his form almost transparent, and whispered, "Until tomorrow." Then he turned. And disappeared. That was the moment I realized. This wasn't something I could explain away. This was real. And it was my new normal. I worked for a furniture store delivering merchandise to customers. Living rooms, bedrooms, dining rooms, washers, dryers, anything they needed. Most days were routine. Load the truck in the morning, make our deliveries, and get back in time for lunch before preparing for the afternoon run. That morning was supposed to be an easy one. 2 deliveries and a service call, nothing complicated. My coworker, Calvin, and I were used to the rhythm of the job. Load up, drop off, return, repeat. But that day didn't go as planned. That day changed everything. The first delivery went smoothly. We had just set off for the second stop when Calvin's phone rang. I glanced at him as he answered. Yes, okay, no problem. Just give me an address. He hung up, and I didn't need to ask. A call like that from our manager only meant one thing, more work. Where we going? I asked, keeping my eyes on the road. Airport Road in Roanoke Rapids. Picking up a living room set from a couple. Boss said to get there fast while someone's there to let us in. I knew that address. I had been to that trailer before. Wait, I said, frowning. Airport Road? That's a trailer park. You gotta be kidding me. I just moved that living room set there 2 weeks ago from Halifax. Calvin paused, then nodded. Oh yeah, I remember now. What the hell are we picking it up for? There were only 2 reasons people returned their furniture. Either they trashed it beyond repair and didn't want to keep paying for it, or they were way behind on payments. But this couple had just moved in. There was no way they were behind. We turned around and headed toward Airport Road. The moment we pulled up to the trailer, we noticed a white Ford F-150 parked out front, along with a sheriff's deputy's car. We exchanged looks. The only logical explanation was an eviction, and our boss wanted us to get the furniture before the tenants were forced out. I backed the truck as close as I could to the trailer's porch while Calvin jumped out to guide me. As I climbed down, an older man walked up and introduced himself. He was the father of the woman who lived there. He thanked us for coming so quickly and led us inside. At first, nothing seemed unusual. We got straight to work, picking up lamps and carrying them to the truck. Then we grabbed the end tables. On our 3rd trip in, Calvin tilted the couch back so I could pull the throw rug out from underneath it. I got down on my hands and knees, grabbing the edge of the rug. That's when I saw it. Dark, wet stains had seeped through the fabric. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. As I rolled the rug back, I saw what had pulled underneath. Blood. A deep, soaking red, spread across the floor like something out of a nightmare. I looked up and saw Calvin staring at me. He saw it too. We dropped everything and hurried outside. I pulled out the work phone and called the manager. The rug is soaked in blood, I told him. We can't. He cut me off. Load the stuff and leave. What? The couple was murdered a few days ago. I was told the place was already cleaned. Just get the furniture and get out of there. I stared at the phone. Calvin's expression told me he'd heard everything. We stood there, processing what had just been said. This was a crime scene. We were standing in a home where 2 people had been murdered, moving furniture that had been sitting in that room when it happened. Neither of us spoke as we went back inside. We rolled up the rug, packed up the couch and love seat, closed the truck, and drove off. For the first 20 minutes of the drive, we didn't say a word. Then we started talking. We didn't know the couple personally, but we'd been to their homes before. The man had been involved in dealing, and his girlfriend worked at a strip club in Rocky Mount. As we talked, we speculated about what had happened, piecing together theories. Looking back, we probably weren't being very respectful. 2 people had lost their lives, and we were treating it like some mystery to solve, making assumptions about what had led to their deaths. Our next stop was a service call for a refrigerator. We got back into work mode, repaired the fridge, and were about to leave when the truck refused to start. Nothing. The lights flickered, but the ignition wouldn't turn over. This truck had never given us problems before. Calvin and I exchanged nervous glances. We both had the same thought. It was the living room set. The energy in that trailer had been heavy, dark. Now here we were, carrying pieces of it with us, and suddenly, the truck wouldn't start. For 10 minutes, we tried everything. Finally, after one last attempt, the engine roared to life. We didn't talk about the murder again for the rest of the shift. That night, I told my wife about everything. She thought it was ridiculous that our boss had sent us there at all, but when I told her about the truck, she brushed it off. "You're overreacting," she said. Maybe she was right. Then I woke up in the middle of the night. Something had disturbed me. I stayed still, listening to the quiet, trying to figure out what had pulled me from sleep. Then I heard them. Footsteps. Heavy. Slow. Coming down the hallway. My first thought was that it was my son Damon. He was 5, and it wasn't unusual for him to wake up in the middle of the night and come to our room. I kept my eyes closed, not wanting to encourage him. Then the footsteps stopped. A shadow blocked the light from the hallway. Someone was standing in the doorway. Still thinking it was Damon, I didn't move. But the longer I stayed still, the more something felt wrong. The shadow wasn't the size of a child. It was a full-grown man. And the footsteps. They had been the heavy thud of boots. My heart pounded in my chest. The figure stood there for what felt like an eternity. Then, slowly, it turned and walked away. I heard it move down the hallway, into the living room. Then, the front door opened. And closed. I sat up in bed, panic rushing through me. I ran to the door, expecting to find it unlocked, swung open. But it wasn't. It was shut. The deadbolt was locked. The only way to lock that door from the outside was with a key. And only my wife and I had keys. The next morning, I asked my daughter if she had heard anything. "No," she said. "But I saw you let the dog out." I stared at her. "I didn't let the dog out," I said. She frowned. "But I saw a man walk outside with him. I thought it was you." When I got to work, I told Calvin what had happened. He paled. He had heard something too. His door had opened and closed in the middle of the night. He had heard movement in his kitchen but had been too afraid to check. And then we realized something. The man who had been murdered had been a big guy. Over 300 pounds. And he always wore Timberland boots. Neither of us spoke about him or his girlfriend again. I believe that night, he came to let us know. It wasn't okay to talk about him that way. We never made that mistake again. I was 16, almost 17, when this happened. It was a warm July night, one of those evenings that felt endless, stretching between the late summer light and the cool whisper of the approaching night. My sister Isabel and I were visiting my friend Bailey for the weekend in Port Townsend. It was meant to be a simple, fun trip. But after what happened, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, had been watching us that night. I didn't know much about the area at the time. It was only later, after I did some research, that I realized Port Townsend was known for its paranormal activity. It had a long history, filled with old military bunkers, ghost stories, and whispers of things that lurked just beyond sight. Bailey had the bright idea to go to Fort Warden's that night for some ghost hunting. Isabel was always up for things like that. She thrived on the thrill of the unknown. Me? I liked the idea of it, but I usually chickened out halfway through. I would pretend I was fine, act casual, but inside, I could feel the fear creeping in, making my hands cold, my stomach tight. We left Bailey's house around 9:30 p.m. and arrived at Fort Warden's 15 minutes later. The place was surrounded by dense forests, the kind that swallowed sound and turned even the smallest noises into something bigger, something closer. We each had flashlights, though Isabel insisted on walking in the dark. That made me uneasy. Not because of ghosts, but because of the possibility of running into a bear or a cougar. Not that I thought they'd be out looking for us, but still, the thought lingered. At the beginning of the hike, Bailey and Isabel were joking around, shouting ridiculous things into the night. "Come fight us, demons! Throw hands!" Then Isabel added, "Don't bother Yona though. She's pure and doesn't want to hurt anything." I wasn't sure if that was meant to protect me or make me a target. For about an hour and a half, we explored. We climbed into abandoned bunkers, scaled a creepy ladder, and even found an old, boarded-up house in the middle of the woods. But the deeper we went, the more unsettled I felt. It was like the air had changed, grown heavier. The quiet wasn't just quiet, it was watching. I didn't like it. "I think we should head back," I finally said. Isabel wanted to keep going, of course. But Bailey, noticing how uneasy I was, agreed that we shouldn't push our luck. That's when it happened. The moment we turned around, both Isabel and I caught something in our flashlights. It was only for a split second, but we both saw it. Something, or someone, was moving. It didn't run like a normal person. It leapt, launching itself off the trail and into the brush. It was completely white. Not like pale skin, but white. Like those full-body Halloween suits that cover every inch of a person. Its arms were stretched behind it, flailing at an unnatural angle, too long, too thin. The way it moved wasn't human. I gasped, taking a step back. Isabel yelled, "Bruh!" Not out of fear, but in that way she always reacted when something completely insane happened. Then she turned to me, eyes wide. "Did you see that?" Bailey, still oblivious, frowned at us. "See what?" We both described the exact same thing. Bailey hadn't seen it. But Isabel and I had. And that made it worse. We didn't wait around. We all agreed to leave, making our way back to the car. We stopped at a 24-hour Safeway afterward, trying to shake off the lingering tension. But as we walked inside, I felt a sharp ache in my middle finger. It was a deep, throbbing pain, and when I checked, I saw a slice across my skin. I frowned. I hadn't touched anything sharp. I hadn't fallen. So where had it come from? In the store bathroom, I washed off the blood and rolled up my sleeve. That's when I saw them. Scratches. Not random cuts, not scrapes from a branch or a thorn bush. Crescent-shaped, human-like nail marks. They weren't deep, but they had drawn blood. There were more on my right hip. A few on my neck. I stared at them in the mirror, my heart pounding. I hadn't felt anything. I hadn't heard anything. But something had touched me. When I showed Isabel and Bailey, their faces went pale. The fear I hadn't let myself feel earlier rushed in all at once. We went home, and I cleaned the wounds with peroxide, just to be safe. Within 3 or 4 days, all of them had vanished. No scars, no lingering marks. Except for the one on my finger. That one stayed. Weeks later, I started researching the area. I learned that Fort Warden's had a long history of ghost sightings, strange occurrences, things that couldn't be explained. Then Isabel found something. Near the abandoned house we had discovered, people had reported sightings of something they called the man in blue. I didn't know if what I saw was wearing blue. I didn't know if it had been wearing anything at all. But I do know that we weren't alone that night. And whatever was out there, it saw us too. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. 4 years ago, my parents decided to remodel the house. It wasn't a major renovation, just some rearranging of furniture, a few repairs, and a fresh coat of paint. At first, everything seemed normal, but soon after the changes, strange things started happening. It wasn't loud or violent, nothing that would make you run out of the house screaming. Just small, unsettling moments. The most common were the white shadows, those flickers of movement you catch in your peripheral vision, only to turn and find nothing there. At first, I ignored them. There was no point in scaring myself, especially when I was alone in a room or in the house. But some experiences were impossible to dismiss. One particular moment has stayed with me ever since. I was brushing my hair in front of our full-body mirror when I saw something in the reflection. A boy, dressed in white, entered through the door behind me and walked past, heading toward the bathroom. I barely reacted, assuming it was one of my brothers. I had 4, and it wasn't unusual for them to move around the house without announcing themselves. So, I continued brushing my hair without a second thought. Then, just seconds later, my brother entered the room. The same brother I had just seen. I turned to him, my grip tightening around my brush. "Didn't you just come in a second ago? I thought you went to the bathroom." He gave me a confused look. "No," he said. "I was outside. But I saw someone in white go inside, so I followed him." For a few moments, I just stared at him. The realization sent a wave of cold down my spine. He had seen it too. Another time, my brother and I were watching TV together. The television was set on a table beside the door, right next to the same full-body mirror. I sat on a chair directly in front of the screen while my brother sat to my left, the open front door behind him. That was when I saw it again. A child, dressed in white, ran through the front door, dashed past the TV, and disappeared into the hallway. It happened so quickly that I barely had time to process it. "Who was that?" I asked, my voice low. "Was it V?" V was our youngest brother, and it wouldn't have been unusual for him to come running inside like that. "I'm not sure," my brother said, his face troubled. "I saw 2 of them. One ran to the bathroom, and the other went upstairs." I blinked. I had only seen one. But my brother had seen 2. From where he sat, he had a better view of the house. If he was sure he saw 2 figures, then what had I missed? A slow unease crept over me, making my skin prickle. I immediately called out for our youngest brother. No answer. I called again, louder this time, and still, silence. With a deep breath, I forced myself to move, checking the bathroom first, then making my way upstairs. Each step felt heavier than the last. The house was quiet, too quiet. There was no one there. Only the 2 of us had been inside the house the whole time. Both of these experiences happened in broad daylight. That made it harder to brush them off as shadows or tricks of the mind. It wasn't like we had been walking through a dark house, scaring ourselves. The sun had been shining, the windows open, everything clear as day. My brother had always had what some would call an active third eye. He could see things that others couldn't. I had always believed him when he told me about his experiences, but it was different when I started witnessing things myself. These white figures weren't just something I saw. My siblings had their own experiences too. One afternoon, my younger brothers were playing on the bed when I came downstairs. I walked behind them and asked what they were doing. They answered casually, saying they were just playing, and I nodded before heading toward the bathroom. Or at least, that's what they thought happened. A little while later, I actually came downstairs. The moment my brothers saw me, they froze, their faces draining of color. "Didn't you just ask us that a few minutes ago?" one of them said, his voice uneasy. "We thought you went to the bathroom." But I hadn't. Something else, someone else, had taken my form and spoken to them. And just like all the others, it had been dressed in white. Whatever it was, it had never harmed us. It never spoke beyond mimicking small interactions. It never tried to touch us or cause physical harm. It only copied us. It imitated the way we moved, the way we spoke. But something about it always felt off. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. No more glimpses of figures slipping through doors. No more doppelgangers mimicking our movements. At first, we didn't think much of it. Maybe we had imagined things after all. Maybe it had just been a phase. But then, one day, I realized something. During another round of furniture rearrangement, my mother had moved the full-body mirror. Before, it had been placed directly in front of a door. Now it wasn't. In the Philippines, there's an old pamahiin, a belief that mirrors should never face doors. It's considered bad luck. In some cultures, mirrors are thought to be gateways, portals between worlds. If placed in front of a door, they could allow spirits to pass through freely. Maybe that was what had happened in our house. Maybe the mirror had been an open door. And when we moved it, we closed it. When I was very small, just a baby really, my parents and I lived in Manila, the bustling capital city of the Philippines. The house we stayed in back then was enormous. By enormous, I mean it was spacious enough to comfortably house 3 or 4 families at once. It wasn't simply big. It was sprawling, with rooms that echoed softly and hallways that stretched out longer than seemed necessary. This house had a particular reason for its size. My paternal grandparents had always dreamt that all their children would live together, under one roof, happily and harmoniously. My father had 6 other siblings, so the plan was to build the home all the way up to 4 stories. At that time, though, it was still under construction, and the second floor was as high as they had gotten. We stayed on the second floor, along with my father's siblings and their families. Altogether, there were around 8 to 10 people staying together at any given time, which made the house feel warm and lively. There was always chatter and laughter echoing throughout the rooms, giving the house a welcoming feeling. As for my parents, being their first and only child at the time, they were quite protective of me. They didn't feel comfortable leaving me to sleep alone in a crib, so they always placed me between them on their bed every night. My mother would sleep on the right side, my father on the left, and I would be safe and warm right there in the middle. Maybe they felt safer that way, or perhaps they just wanted me close to them, their beloved firstborn. Then came one strange morning that my parents never forgot. My mother woke up early, stretching lazily and yawning softly, but when she turned to look at the spot where I usually slept, her heart froze in her chest. I was not there. At first, she wasn't panicked, assuming perhaps I had just rolled slightly away. But as she searched the bed, lifting the blankets and looking carefully underneath, her breathing grew quicker, and panic began to set in. I was less than a year old and didn't even know how to crawl yet, so I couldn't possibly have gone very far on my own. Frightened, she shook my father awake, her voice trembling as she told him I was missing. My father, who was always especially protective of me, immediately jumped from the bed, fully awake now, his own heart pounding with fear. Their first thought was that one of my father's siblings must have come into the room while they slept and carried me out, perhaps to play or comfort me if I had cried during the night. Quickly, my father walked over to check the door, but it was locked securely from the inside, just as they'd left it the night before. The fact that the door was still locked made them even more nervous and confused. Without wasting another moment, they opened the door and rushed out into the hallway, knocking on every door on the second floor, waking up everyone. Each room was quickly searched, and every sleepy relative was questioned about whether they'd seen me or come into my parents' room. But no one had any idea what they were talking about. Everyone was still groggy from sleep, clearly confused, and no one had touched me. Now genuinely scared, my parents and their siblings hurried downstairs, planning to search the whole house before contacting the police. They wondered anxiously if somehow an intruder had taken me, although it seemed impossible. The doors and gates were still securely locked from the inside, with no signs of forced entry. As they reached the bottom of the staircase and stepped into the living room, everyone froze. There I was, sitting calmly on the couch. I wasn't crying or distressed. Instead, I was laughing happily, as though enjoying some private joke. My parents told me later that they felt an icy chill run down their spines when they saw me sitting there. I wasn't old enough to sit up by myself yet, My back was carefully propped against the couch to stop me from falling backwards. But the strangest thing of all was what I held tightly in my tiny right hand, a brightly colored lollipop. I giggled, staring curiously to my right, as if there was someone there playing with me. But no one else was present in the room, and certainly no one could explain where the lollipop came from. None of the adults in our house had bought any sweets recently, let alone such candies. Everyone stood speechless, staring in astonishment as my mother rushed forward, scooped me up in her arms, and hugged me tightly, her heart racing. They searched the house thoroughly afterward, checking doors, windows, everything, but they found no explanation for how I had gotten downstairs or where the mysterious lollipop had appeared from. To this very day, that incident remains a mystery. My parents often retell the story, their eyes filling with a sense of wonder and unease. They still can't understand how an infant could possibly have climbed down from a bed, unlocked a door, navigated downstairs safely, and managed to sit upright neatly on the couch. And most mysterious of all, the bright-colored candy I held remains completely unexplainable. Years later, when I was in elementary school, something equally mysterious happened to my cousin from my mother's side. This event didn't directly involve me. I wasn't present at that particular moment, but my family recounted it so many times that it became vividly etched in my memory. My cousin was about 3 years old then, a cheerful little boy who was always energetic and playful. My aunt, uncle, grandparents, and other family members had taken him to a private beach for a relaxing day. They were all having fun, cooking, talking, laughing, and soaking up the sunshine, while my cousin happily played in the sand with other kids nearby. Everything was going perfectly until one of the other children suddenly ran over to the adults, shouting that my cousin had vanished. My aunt and uncle immediately rushed to the spot where he'd been playing, asking the children where exactly he had gone. The child who had reported his disappearance simply said that he had stood up suddenly, smiling, and ran away, but no one knew why or where he had gone. Panic quickly spread through the family. They searched everywhere, the rest house, nearby cottages, playground, washroom, even around parked cars, but there was no sign of my cousin anywhere. With dread creeping in, they even had someone look carefully in the water, terrified he might have wandered in and gotten hurt. Everyone felt sick with worry, their hearts beating faster as time passed. Nearly half an hour went by, an eternity when a child is missing. Just as they were preparing to contact authorities, one of the rescuers who had joined the search ran towards them, relief evident on his face. He held my cousin gently in his arms, smiling reassuringly. My aunt and uncle rushed to him, holding him tight, their relief overwhelming. "Where did you go? What happened?" they asked him, their voices still shaky from fear. My cousin, completely calm and seemingly unaware of the panic he'd caused, simply smiled and said, "There was a white man who asked me to play with him, so I went to play. He was very nice." Confused, my aunt asked, "Who was this man? Did you know him?" My cousin shook his head innocently, his eyes wide with sincerity. "No, but he was very friendly. We played games, and then he told me my mommy and daddy were looking for me, so I had to go back. He was waving goodbye just now." The rescuer explained that he had found my cousin standing near the water's edge, looking out at the sea. My cousin had been waving enthusiastically at nothing, smiling and laughing as if someone were there, waving goodbye. The rescuer had approached slowly, careful not to startle him. And in my cousin's small hand, clenched tight, was a bright-colored lollipop. When asked, my cousin happily insisted that the mysterious white man had given it to him before leaving. Once again, everyone was baffled. Who was this man? How could my cousin vanish from a closely watched group without anyone seeing, only to reappear with candy no one else had? And what was it with these strange lollipops appearing out of nowhere? Years have passed, yet these questions still linger in my mind. Both these mysterious events involve disappearing children, their impossible reappearances, unseen companions, and above all else, a strange and vibrant lollipop appearing out of nowhere. Perhaps it was a kind spirit watching over our family. Maybe it was someone, or something, trying to keep the innocent happy and safe. We may never truly know, but one thing remains clear to me: these memories continue to amaze and unsettle me. And whenever I hear children laugh for no reason or see them stare off into empty spaces, I find myself wondering once again, what's with the lollipop? The house I grew up in was originally a 4-bedroom home with a single living room, but at some point, the previous owners had built an extension, a sunroom added to the back of 2 of the bedrooms. My bedroom window opened into this sunroom, and so did the 4th bedroom, which had been converted into a study. The study's door led into the sunroom with a small step down, creating a slight divide between the spaces. Something about that spot, right where the study met the sunroom, always unsettled me. I would get chills every time I stepped over the threshold, as if crossing some invisible barrier. It wasn't just me either. Our cat, who otherwise moved leisurely around the house, would dart over that area as though afraid to linger there for even a second. No matter how much time passed, that feeling never went away. The sunroom had long windows running along one side, and on the opposite side was a sliding door that led outside. I hated those windows at night. The darkness outside seemed to press against them, making it feel as though something was staring in. Even in my bedroom, I couldn't sleep with my blinds open. The feeling of being watched was unbearable, like invisible eyes studied me from beyond the glass. One night, as I lay in bed with the blinds firmly shut, something changed. I felt the weight shift at the end of my bed, as if someone had just sat down. I froze, my heart thumping in my chest. Then, a soft humming filled the air, a woman's voice. It wasn't frightening. If anything, it was soothing, almost like a lullaby. A moment later, the weight on the bed shifted again, as if whoever was there had begun to rock gently back and forth. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the presence was gone. A few nights later, it happened again. This time, after the gentle rocking, my blankets were carefully pulled up around me. I felt the sheets being tucked in at my sides, securing me in warmth. Then, just as I was about to fall asleep, I felt the lightest touch on my forehead, a sensation that reminded me of a mother kissing her child goodnight. The experience should have been unsettling, but instead, it was comforting. I never felt afraid of this presence in my bedroom. Whoever she was, she meant no harm. The sunroom, however, was a different story. While I sometimes felt at ease there during the day, at night, it was an entirely different place. The air felt thick with an unseen presence, something heavy and oppressive. The space was meant to be our playroom, where my younger sister and I could watch TV and have fun without disturbing our parents. But I never felt fully relaxed in that room. And one night, when I was about 13, I finally saw him. I had just gotten up to go to bed, standing at the threshold where the study met the sunroom. As I turned to switch off the light, my breath caught in my throat. Standing at the far end of the room was a figure. A man. Or at least something that looked like a man. He wasn't human. I knew that instantly. His presence radiated something far worse, pure, unfiltered hate. It poured off him in waves, an overwhelming sense of malevolence that paralyzed me in place. He wasn't just standing there. He was glaring at me, his dark eyes filled with something terrible. He was solid yet not. I could see through him, but there was substance to him, a shadowy form given enough shape to seem real. In his hands he held an axe. He didn't raise it, didn't move toward me, but the sight of it alone was enough to send terror coursing through my veins. My feet felt glued to the floor. I wanted to run, but I couldn't move. Then, just as panic threatened to consume me, I heard her voice. The same woman who had sat on my bed, who had pulled up my blankets. But this time, her voice wasn't soft, it was commanding, furious. "Go! You don't belong here!" A sudden warmth enveloped me, chasing away the icy chill that had seeped into my bones. I realized, with a shudder, just how cold I had been standing in that spot. Before my eyes, the figure flickered, his hateful gaze locked onto me for one last moment before he vanished completely. That night, she returned to my bedroom. She sat at the edge of my bed as if to reassure me, her presence steady and calming. I didn't know who she was, whether she was someone who had known this man in life or if she was simply a guardian. But I knew, with certainty, that she was there to protect me. For a while, the house was quiet. The man didn't return. But then, one night, when I was a little older, I found myself alone in the sunroom after my younger sister had gone to bed. My parents were out, leaving me to babysit. I was watching TV, feeling relaxed for once, when the screen suddenly went blank. Not off, just blank. At the same time, the lights flickered and then went out entirely. Then, close to my ear, I heard him. "She's not here to protect you now, girlie. You're stuffed." A wave of cold terror washed over me. I jumped up, ready to flee, but as I turned to run toward the study, he appeared in front of me. I skidded to a stop, nearly stumbling. This was different. This was the first time I had seen him outside of his usual corner of the room. Then, a realization struck me. He had never left the sunroom before. He had never crossed into the main house. For whatever reason, something had kept him trapped here. With a surge of desperation, I turned and ran to my bedroom window. I prayed it wasn't locked, and by some miracle, it was just barely cracked open. I forced it up and scrambled through, tumbling onto the floor inside my room. Panting, I turned back, and there he was, standing just outside the window, unable to cross the threshold. His hatred was almost tangible. He opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, I found my voice. I had no training, no knowledge of how to fight something like this. But something inside me took over, a force of sheer will. "You are not welcome here. Go back to where you came from." The moment the words left my mouth, he began to fade. I watched as his dark form lost its shape, his furious gaze burning into mine until the last trace of him vanished completely. And then, the warmth returned. A gentle, familiar voice whispered, "Hush now. He can't hurt you anymore." For years, I questioned what had happened that night. I wasn't strong. I wasn't experienced in any way. How could my simple words have banished something so powerful, something so full of hatred? But over time, I came to realize that maybe it wasn't about knowledge. Maybe it was about standing up to something that fed on fear. Maybe I had been strong in the only way that mattered. After that night, the house changed. The oppressive feeling in the sunroom was gone. Even the cat, who had always been wary of that space, began walking through it with ease. Whatever had held him there was broken. And though I never saw her again, I knew she had been the one protecting me all along. Whoever she was, wherever she had come from, she had been my shield against the darkness. And I have never forgotten her. I've always had some kind of connection to the spiritual world, though I never paid too much attention to it. My dad used to say I inherited it from his mother, who was deeply involved in that sort of thing. It's not something I can control or use in any specific way, but I've had strange moments where I knew something was going to happen before it did. Small things, like knowing when someone was about to knock over a drink, or predicting when someone would bump into a table before they actually did. Maybe it's just good intuition, but some experiences are harder to explain away. One of the earliest ones I can remember happened when my family was on holiday in Norfolk. It must have been around 2001, back when I was too young to read, maybe 4 or 5 years old. We were staying in a cottage right next to a graveyard, which my parents thought was quaint at the time. At some point during the trip, I told them about a little boy who was being mean to me. I described him in detail. The way he looked, his old-fashioned clothes. When my parents asked his name, I told them without hesitation. They assumed I was playing make-believe, the way children do, and didn't think much of it. But later that day, my father went for a walk through the graveyard and stopped in front of a headstone. The name on it was exactly the same one I had told them, and it belonged to a little boy who had died when he was 5, during the Victorian period. My parents were shaken, but they never brought it up again. Maybe they thought I had overheard someone say the name and absorbed it without realizing it, but I was too young to read. There was no way I could have known who he was. After that, nothing like that ever happened again. As I got older, I began to doubt the memory, wondering if it had been my imagination all along. I never saw anything else, never had another encounter, at least, not one I could remember. That changed a few weeks ago. I'm currently in my second year of university, living with my roommates in Bath. Most of the houses here are old, some dating back centuries, and while I don't know exactly when our house was built, I'd guess it's at least 70 years old based on the architecture and the neighborhood. Since moving in, we've had an ongoing joke about a fictional ghost named Becky. The house creaks a lot, and our neighbors can be loud, so every time we hear a strange noise, we blame it on Becky. A loud bang? Becky's at it again. Footsteps in the hallway? Becky's wandering around. It became a running gag between us, something we laughed about whenever the house made an unexplained sound. We never took it seriously. Then, one morning, I woke up to something strange. I'm a heavy sleeper, but I tend to wake up multiple times in the morning, shifting around until I find a better position before drifting off again. It was during one of those moments, half awake, not quite conscious, that I noticed her. A little girl was standing beside my bed. At first, I thought I was just groggy, still caught in a dream. But I blinked a few times, expecting her to disappear, and she didn't. She was still there. She had a clear outline, but she looked faded, like she wasn't fully solid. I could see my coat hanging behind her, slightly obscured by her presence. She wasn't black and white like an old film, but the colors were muted, washed out, like an old photograph that had lost its vibrancy over time. She was dressed in a striped top and dark trousers, something that looked like it was from the 1960s or 1980s. Her hair was cut into a bob with a fringe, and she stood still, staring at me in that way young children sometimes do when they're waiting for an adult's attention. She didn't look angry or threatening. If anything, she looked expectant, like she was waiting for me to say something. I told myself I was imagining things, that it was just my coat playing tricks on me in the dim light. But the more I looked, the more I knew that wasn't the case. She was there. And then I did something that surprises me even now. I turned over and went back to sleep. It wasn't until later, when my roommate jumped out at me as a joke and startled me, that I remembered her. The memory hit me all at once, and I couldn't believe I had forgotten something so strange. I told my roommates about it, and we started piecing things together. What if she had always been here? We had been joking about Becky for months, blaming every strange noise on her without a second thought. But what if we had been inviting something in by acknowledging it? What if all those noises, the footsteps, the banging, weren't just the neighbors? We started talking about why she might have appeared to me instead of anyone else. They pointed out that I was the most relaxed about ghosts, the only one who had ever openly talked about believing in them. Maybe that made me more open to seeing her. They also said I was the most maternal in the house, always looking out for everyone else, making sure people ate or felt okay. If she was a child, maybe she was drawn to that. And then there was my room itself. It was always cold, even though only one of its walls was exposed to the outside. It didn't make sense, not when the other rooms were always warm. It was almost as if something in the room made it that way. The more we talked, the more uneasy we became. We had spent months laughing about Becky, treating her like a joke. But now, we couldn't shake the feeling that we had been wrong. Maybe she wasn't some imaginary ghost. Maybe she was real. And maybe she was still in the house. That night, when I went to bed, I kept my eyes shut tight. I didn't want to see her again, didn't want to risk waking up to find her standing beside me. But as I lay there, listening to the house settle around me, I heard it, soft footsteps in the hallway. And this time, I wasn't so sure they were coming from the neighbors. This summer, I visited my boyfriend in Pelio, where he had taken a job for the season. We were staying at his cousin's house, an old, traditional home tucked away in the woods. The kind of place that felt cut off from the rest of the world, surrounded by nature, with only a narrow path leading from the main road down to the front door. Since the house was secluded, any time we heard footsteps on that path, we'd instinctively rush to the window to see who it was. Most of the time, it was just his cousin coming home, but every now and then, a stranger would pass by. It didn't happen often, but it was rare enough to make us notice. At some point, we realized we didn't even need to get up to check. The open window in our bedroom created a perfect reflection, just at the right angle. We could see anyone approaching the house simply by looking at it. It became second nature. Whenever we heard footsteps, we'd glance at the reflection, and we'd know exactly who was coming before they reached the door. One morning, after waking up to the sound of my boyfriend's alarm, I kept my eyes closed, still groggy but aware of him getting ready for work. We had argued the night before, nothing serious, just one of those little fights that put a damper on things, and I was still a bit upset. Half awake, I wondered if he'd kiss me goodbye or just leave without another word. Curiosity got the better of me, and I cracked one eye open. He was already dressed, wearing his swimsuit and a bright yellow t-shirt over it. I remember thinking how ridiculous he looked, like Tweety Bird at the beach, and trying not to laugh because I was still annoyed. "I'm going. Bye," he said. "Bye," I answered, keeping my tone neutral. He walked out, shutting the door behind him. As always, I turned my gaze to the window's reflection and watched him head up the path, disappear onto the road, and drive away. After he was gone, I grabbed my phone and started texting a friend about the argument, venting about how childish we both had been. My mind was racing with frustration, and because of that, I wasn't tired at all. I was wide awake, fully engaged in the conversation, reading and replying as we went back and forth. Half an hour passed. Then I heard footsteps on the path. Instinctively, I glanced at the reflection in the window. And there he was. My boyfriend, wearing that same bright yellow t-shirt, his swimsuit, and holding a plastic bag with something wrapped in foil inside. Probably food. He was walking back toward the house, moving at a slow, casual pace. I frowned. Why was he back? It was way too soon for him to have gone all the way to work and returned. I figured maybe he'd forgotten something, or maybe he'd brought me breakfast to make up for our fight. That thought made me jump up, suddenly excited. I rushed to the door, eager to open it and surprise him with a hug. But when I pulled it open, he wasn't there. I blinked, stepping outside, my bare feet touching the cool ground. My eyes darted around, expecting to see him feeding the cats. There were always stray cats in the garden, and they loved him. The moment they saw him, they'd come running, rubbing against his legs, meowing for attention. But the yard was empty. No boyfriend. No cats. Just silence. Confused, I hurried up the path to the main road, expecting to see his car parked there. It was gone. My stomach clenched. I turned back, ran inside, and rushed upstairs to look out the windows, searching for any sign of someone nearby. Maybe it was a stranger who happened to look exactly like him. But no, the area was deserted. There was no one. I called him immediately. "Where did you go?" I asked, trying to sound casual but feeling a strange unease creeping in. "What do you mean?" he said. "I'm at work." I hesitated. "You were just here. I saw you." What?" He sounded genuinely confused. I quickly explained what had happened, how I'd watched him walk back toward the house, holding a plastic bag, how I'd opened the door expecting him to be there, only to find no one. Silence. Then he put his cousin on the phone, confirming that they were both at work and that he had not left. I sat down, gripping my phone, my mind spinning. I was awake. I knew I was awake. I had been texting, moving around, running up the path, and checking every possible hiding spot. There was no logical explanation for what I had seen. Later that day, exhaustion took over, and I fell asleep, the whole thing weighing heavily on my mind. I woke up to a knock on the door. Still groggy, I got up and opened it. Instantly, the cat stormed inside, weaving around my legs. And standing there, wearing the same bright yellow t-shirt and swimsuit, holding a plastic bag with food wrapped in foil, was my boyfriend. I just stared. It was as if time had looped, as if the morning had been a glitch, a preview of this exact moment. Everything was the same: his clothes, his posture, even the way he held the bag. I couldn't find my voice. I must have looked pale because he frowned and asked if I was okay. I didn't answer. I couldn't. Something had happened that morning, something I couldn't explain. Later, I remembered a story my boyfriend had told me a long time ago, something I had brushed off at the time. Years ago, back when he was still married, he and his wife had been sleeping on the couch. In the middle of the night, she woke up and saw him standing in the kitchen. She asked him to bring her some water, but he didn't respond. He just stood there, staring at her with a blank, emotionless expression. She called out to him again. Then she turned over and realized he was still sleeping beside her. Panicking, she shook him awake. "I can see you standing in the kitchen," she told him, her voice trembling. He sat up groggily, turned his head toward the kitchen, and saw it too. Himself. Standing there, staring back at him. As he got up to approach it, the figure disappeared. I had laughed when he first told me the story, thinking it was some strange half-dream, a trick of the eyes. But now, after what I had experienced, I wasn't so sure. I did some research and came across the term doppelganger. A double of a person, an exact copy. Some believe seeing one is an omen, a warning of some kind. Others say it's a glitch in reality, a ripple in time where two moments overlap. The explanations varied, none of them making sense, none of them fully explaining what had happened. But I know what I saw. I saw him. And I don't think I was supposed to. The night of June 24th, 2017, brought a knock at my door that I will never forget. It was one of my uncles, his expression heavy with grief, delivering the news that shattered my world. My mama had passed away late that evening. The shock of it hit like a wave, drowning me in sorrow before I could even process the words. We suspected it was a heart attack, one that must have taken her while she was taking her nightly bath. Mama was the glue of our family, the heart that kept us all together. I grew up right next door to her, and in many ways she was like a second mother to me. Losing her was unbearable. For days after, I cried myself to sleep, unable to accept that she was truly gone. She was a woman of deep love and quiet mystery. Originally from Okinawa, Japan, she had met my pawpaw when he was serving in the army during the Vietnam War. While she considered herself a Christian in the years she spent in America, she never spoke much about her past, her beliefs, or the traditions she may have once followed. There was always an air of secrecy around that part of her life. 2 days after she passed, on June 26th, something happened that none of us could explain. That night, I had once again cried myself to sleep. I remember curling up at the foot of the bed while my husband and our 2-year-old daughter slept at the head. My husband told me later that, for some reason, he had been restless that night, unable to find peace in his sleep. At one point, as he lay there in the dim glow of the night, he opened his eyes and saw someone standing beside our bed. It was a woman. She stood just above me, looking down at me as I slept. A strange, overwhelming feeling settled over him as he watched her. She seemed familiar, but he couldn't place why. There was no fear, just confusion. Who was she, and why was she in our room? He lay frozen as she reached out, her movements slow and deliberate. Gently, she touched my forehead and bent down to kiss me. My husband's breath caught in his throat. As she stood back up, she turned her gaze toward him, watching him silently before walking around to the other side of the bed where our daughter slept in his arms. He instinctively held our little girl tighter, unsure of what to do, but the woman didn't seem to have any harmful intent. She reached out once more, touching our daughter's head with the same tenderness, and then, just as she had done with me, she bent down and kissed her. Then she turned back to my husband. At that moment, something washed over him, an overwhelming rush of emotions, so intense that it brought him to the verge of tears. It was as if, without words, she was speaking to him. A deep, unexplainable understanding passed between them, and then she stepped away, walking toward the doorway. He watched in stunned silence as she disappeared past the threshold. The next morning, he recounted everything he had seen. His voice was steady, but I could hear the weight of what he was saying. He described the woman, her presence, her features, the way she moved. My heart pounded as I grabbed my phone and scrolled through my pictures. I knew exactly who he had seen. I turned the screen toward him, showing him an old photograph of my mama from when she was in her 20s. His face went pale. "That's her," he whispered. There was no hesitation, no doubt in his mind. The woman in the picture, the woman he had seen standing in our room, touching my forehead, kissing our daughter, was my mama. At that moment, I knew in my heart why she had come. She had been checking on me one last time, making sure I was okay. She had always worried about me like a mother worries for her child, and even in death, that love hadn't changed. When my husband told me about the overwhelming emotion he felt when she looked at him, I smiled through my tears. "That was her way of telling you to take care of us," I said softly. Later that day, I went over to visit my pawpaw. As I walked through the yard, something caught my eye. A single candle flickered in the living room window. Curious, I asked my aunt about it. Her answer left me speechless. She told me that in some Japanese traditions, there is a belief that when a loved one passes, a candle is placed in the window as a beacon of light, a guide for their spirit to find their way home one last time before moving on. I had never known much about my mama's beliefs before she came to America, but apparently, when my brother passed away, she had followed this same ritual for him. Now, my aunt had lit the candle for Mama, honoring her the way she once honored my brother. A shiver ran down my spine as I realized something. That candle had been placed in the window the same night my husband saw her. I couldn't help but wonder, had it helped guide her to us? Maybe I was overthinking it. People often see loved ones after they pass, with or without a candle in the window. But something about the timing felt too perfect to be a coincidence. In the weeks that followed, strange things began happening in our house. The lights in our bedroom started flickering. Not just a little, but enough to catch our attention. They would turn off and on at random times, no explanation, no faulty wiring. It had never happened before Mama passed, and it went on for months. I began to wonder, was it her? Was she still checking in on me? The thought didn't scare me. If anything, it comforted me. I didn't believe she was trapped here or a ghost in any way. I felt she was just visiting, making sure we were okay. Then, just as suddenly as it started, the flickering stopped. We never changed the bulbs. We never fixed anything. It just ended. And in my heart, I felt that she had finally said her last goodbye. On the morning of January 7, 2019, I had an unusual sighting, one that I still can't quite explain. Every weekday morning, as long as the weather permits, I take our dog, Sadie Mae, for a short walk. It's about 3/4 of a mile, a leisurely 30-minute stroll that we start around 5:30 a.m. Sadie has her routine, and so do I. For the most part, we see the same things, the same houses, the same occasional early risers making their way to their cars. It's a quiet neighborhood, rural and tucked away from any real foot traffic. To set the scene, the route we take begins with a right turn. On the right side of the street, there are 2 houses, followed by a small cemetery. More houses line the road after that until we reach the next turn, about half a mile ahead. On the left side of the street, there's a house owned by the church, commonly referred to as the church's house. Behind the 2 initial houses is the church itself, and beyond that, a patch of woods. The cemetery isn't particularly large, maybe an acre or so, and most of the names on the gravestones match the name of the street we walk on. The house nearest the cemetery has a motion sensor light, one that Sadie and I trigger most mornings as we pass by. That morning, as we made our usual right turn, I noticed something unusual. A man was walking toward us, coming from the direction of the cemetery. Now, there are several homes beyond the cemetery, so it was possible he had simply come from one of them. But 2 things struck me as odd. First, this was the first time in 6 or 7 years that I had seen someone walking at this hour. I have seen people leave their homes and get into their cars. Once or twice a week, I see an elderly neighbor shuffle down his driveway to retrieve the morning paper. But no one walks these roads that early, not for exercise, not for a casual stroll. Second, the man didn't set off the motion sensor light. That part unsettled me more than anything else. I had assumed at first that maybe the light just wasn't working, but as Sadie and I continued past, the sensor suddenly flickered on. That man had been in the exact spot where Sadie and I normally trigger the light, and yet nothing. The light had stayed dark until we passed through. I couldn't get a good look at him. The morning was still dark, and he wore dark clothes. We exchanged brief greetings, his voice unfamiliar but not unusual. I don't know everyone in the neighborhood, so that wasn't necessarily alarming. Sadie, ever friendly, wagged her tail and reacted the way she does with most strangers, warm but not overly excited. But after we passed him and activated the sensor light, I glanced back instinctively to get another look at him. And he was gone. Now, maybe he had turned at the next road, or maybe he had stepped into one of the houses, but I would have heard a door opening. This was a quiet area, and I often hear even the softest noises of people leaving their homes in the morning. Yet there was nothing. He had vanished. At the time, I didn't want to make too much of it. I tried to brush it off as a strange but ultimately explainable encounter. That changed over the next several days. By the following weekend, I found myself still dwelling on the incident. I began testing the motion sensor light, trying to determine just how far someone would need to be from the house to avoid triggering it. No matter how I tried, I couldn't get past without activating the sensor, even when I walked along the tree line, an additional 6 feet away from the fence. No matter the angle, the light turned on every single time. So how had the man walked right past it without setting it off? I also reenacted my glance back to see how much time he would have needed to disappear from my view. Based on my calculations, he wouldn't have had enough time to make it to the next street corner at the pace he had been walking. He should have still been visible in the dim light cast by the first house's front window. But there was nothing. The man had simply ceased to exist. By January 14th, I had spent a week casually asking around, trying to see if any new neighbors had moved in, if anyone had started morning walks in the area. No one knew anything. No new residents, no new habits. Then, on the morning of January 18th, something else happened. This time, it wasn't a figure, it was something else. As Sadie and I approached the first corner, I noticed a large white form standing in the yard beside the church's house. It was about 6 feet tall, seemingly a smaller sphere resting on top of a larger shape, giving it the impression of a human-like figure. But it wasn't solid. It seemed to shift and blur, like a poorly defined mist. For a moment, I felt my breath catch. I had been on edge all week, keeping an eye out for the man I had seen before, but this was something else. Sadie, however, didn't react. No hesitation, no pause, no barking. Just a steady gait as she trotted forward, tail wagging. Taking a deep breath, I forced myself to move closer. As we neared the form, I realized what it was. A freshly installed propane tank. The illusion had been caused by the way shadows from the trees moved in the early morning breeze. A trick of the light, a moment of paranoia. I couldn't help but laugh at myself, relieved that, for once, my mind had played tricks on me rather than the other way around. I included this part of the story for one simple reason: to prove that I am not prone to seeing things that aren't there. When I see something unusual, I investigate it. I search for logical explanations before letting my imagination take over. That's why the man I saw that morning still unsettles me. The propane tank was a trick of the light. But the man? I can't explain why the motion sensor didn't react to him. I can't explain why he vanished when I turned to look. And more than anything, I can't shake the feeling that, on that morning, I saw something I was never supposed to see. When I was younger, I would try to get my mother to talk about her experiences, but she always refused. She would tell me, "Don't even talk about them because you give them energy." I never understood why she was so adamant about avoiding the subject, but that never stopped me from trying to get bits and pieces out of her. The only real insight I got came when I overheard her telling another adult a story while I eavesdropped from the hallway. I was about 11 or 12 at the time, probably supposed to be in bed, but I had gotten up under the excuse of getting a drink. That night, I only caught fragments of what she said, but years later, when she finally spoke about it more openly, everything clicked. I think I finally understood why our family has had so many encounters with spirits. When my mother was young, she got involved with my father when she was 16, and he was 25. She thought she knew him, but she later discovered that he was part of a group who called themselves White Witches. They would gather at night, sitting around a fire, forming a sacred circle. From what I've researched, a sacred circle is supposed to be a barrier, a form of protection. But that made me wonder, what exactly were they trying to protect themselves from? My mother never liked any of it. It frightened her. She said she had watched them chant, their voices rising and falling in rhythmic incantations. At first, she assumed they were just playing a game, pretending. But as the night went on, a creeping sense of dread settled over her. Then one of them brought out a Ouija board. Even as a child, I knew Ouija boards were dangerous. Everyone knew that. They weren't just games, they were portals, opening doors to things no one could control. The group pressed their fingers to the planchette, asking for a spirit to come through. My mother watched as the board began to move beneath their hands. One of the men claimed he had made contact. He said it was an aborted fetus. The board spelled out words, dark, dark, pain, so much pain, hurt. Then, suddenly, the man controlling the board collapsed. His body curled into the fetal position, his eyes rolling back until only the whites showed. At that exact moment, my bedroom door upstairs slammed shut. My mother knew something was wrong. An overwhelming sense of dread filled her. A smell, thick, old lady perfume, suddenly flooded the air, starting in the kitchen and trailing up toward my room. She bolted up the stairs. When she reached my door, she tried to push it open, but it wouldn't budge. The handle twisted freely under her grip, as if it was unlocked, but the door itself would not move, no matter how hard she shoved. Panic set in. She screamed, "Stay away from my baby, you be asterisk asterisk H!" Asterisk. The door instantly flung open. She rushed in, grabbed me, and ran. That night changed everything. More strange things happened after that, and when my father dismissed them, my mother made the decision to leave. But my mother's connection to spirits didn't start there. She told me that her earliest experience happened when she was around 6 or 7. She had been lying on her bed in the middle of the day, sprawled out in a starfish position, enjoying the quiet. The house was peaceful, nothing out of the ordinary. Then the air changed. The temperature dropped. A thick, heavy presence filled the room. Before she could react, something pressed down on her. It felt like a body, lying on top of her, pinning her to the bed. She tried to scream, but her face was pushed into the mattress, muffling her voice. She kicked and thrashed, but the weight wouldn't lift. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. She bolted from the room, too terrified to speak of what had happened. She never told her parents. She knew they wouldn't believe her. Years later, she had another encounter. This time, I was around 11 or 12. She had gotten into a relationship with a man I despised. He was cruel, a pig of a person, the kind that made my mother cry more than she smiled. One night they were in bed when my mother suddenly tensed. "Hold me," she whispered. "It's coming. I can feel it." The man, despite all his flaws, wrapped an arm and leg around her protectively. Then, he felt it too. A presence. Something heavy. It climbed onto the bed, unseen but very real. My mother could feel it pressing down on her, suffocating her, crushing her chest. The weight of it was unbearable. Neither of them could see it, but both of them could feel it. It sat there, unmoving, for what felt like an eternity. Then, just as mysteriously as it had arrived, it vanished. My mother was left in tears, shaken to her core. Even years later, spirits never seemed to leave her alone. We both worked as nurses' aides at a retirement home when I was about 25. We rarely worked in the same ward, but we would cover each other's breaks. My mother was strict about care, meticulous, compassionate, and unwavering in her standards. She always told me, "What if that was your mother or father?" And she expected every nurse to treat residents with the same level of dignity. One night, she was making her rounds when she saw something at the end of the corridor. A shadow. But not just any shadow. This one was darker than the surrounding darkness, thick, solid, and watching. Then she saw them. 2 glowing red eyes. She turned and walked away, as fast as she could without running. Later that night, she entered a resident's room. The light was on, shining from beneath the door, so she gently pushed it open and peeked inside. "Jane, are you okay? Do you need anything?" The resident turned to face her. And suddenly, her face changed. Her skin went dark, like ink washing over her features vanishing into a void. Only her eyes remained. Glowing. Burning. The same red flames my mother had seen in the corridor. My mother froze. Then she stepped back, quietly said, "Okay then," and shut the door. A few minutes later she returned. The resident was fine. Normal. Her face back to what it had always been. My mother never spoke to her about it. Over the years, I've had my own experiences, but my mother has always told me not to dwell on them. Talking about them gives them power. But I believe spirits feed off of us. They thrive on negative energy, on fear, on doubt. They hate the light. They never appear in sunlight. And while I have never seen one fully in the day, I once caught the transparent top of someone's head and upper shoulders. That was enough. I believe my father's past opened something in our family. A door that has never quite closed. Back in 2007, when we were newlyweds, my wife and I rented an old apartment in Manila. It was close to our workplace, so we could simply walk to the office, which made life easier. The apartment had 3 bedrooms, but we only used 2. The third was locked and filled with old furniture and other belongings of the owner. The owner himself lived in another city, so we only interacted with a caretaker who managed the house and collected rent. He was an odd man, always asking us if we had seen or heard anything unusual in the house. It was obvious that he knew something, but he never explained. At first, life there was uneventful. My wife and I both worked for a government agency that monitored infrastructure projects, which often required us to travel to different parts of the country. It wasn't until she got pregnant with our first child that things changed. She started seeing something. A little girl. Dressed in white, with neat white ribbons tying up her hair. My wife called me in a panic the first time she saw her, her voice trembling over the phone. "She's here again," she whispered. "She's just standing there, looking at me." I calmed her as best as I could. But what she didn't know was that I had seen the little girl, too. She had appeared to me several times, but unlike my wife, I wasn't afraid. I had already met her in my dreams. In those dreams, she spoke to me. She told me she was coming soon and that she needed my protection. When I asked her, "Protection from what? Who do I need to protect you from?" she would only reply, "Them." Then I would wake up, unable to remember anything more. I never told my wife about the dreams. Months later, when our baby was born, something strange happened. Just as my wife was giving birth, an earthquake struck. The timing was exact. The tremors shook the hospital the moment our daughter entered the world. I couldn't help but think of the girl in my dreams, her cryptic warnings about them. But I pushed those thoughts away. The delivery had been successful, and that was all that mattered. We named our daughter P. For the first few months, life seemed normal. Then, one afternoon, when P was around 5 months old, something happened that I still can't explain. I had put her down in her crib to sleep while I went to do some household chores. The apartment was small, so I was just outside her room, moving back and forth. After a little while, I went to check on her. The crib was empty. At first, I thought my mind was playing tricks on me. I searched the entire room, under the crib, even in the closets. Panic set in as I moved frantically through the house, checking every corner. Nothing. I was about to call my wife, and then the sound of crying stopped me. It was coming from the stockroom. My heart pounded as I rushed to the door, only to find it locked. I had to scramble for the key, my hands shaking as I unlocked the door and swung it open. There she was, lying on an old couch in the middle of the dusty stockroom, unharmed. I didn't know what to think. No one else had entered the house. I had been right there, just outside her room. There was no way she could have ended up inside the locked stockroom by herself. But that was only the beginning. As P grew older, she started talking to someone. She called her Balak. At first, we thought nothing of it. We had read that toddlers sometimes have imaginary friends, and psychologists say it's just a sign of a healthy imagination. But then things got strange. P started talking to Balak behind the stockroom door. One day, she turned to me, confusion in her small voice. "Papa, Balak's mom says I can't play with her anymore." I frowned. "Why not?" "Because she says I can hurt them," P said. "Because I'm a babayan." I had never heard that word before. I asked P what it meant, but she didn't know. I searched for it in Filipino dictionaries, online, everywhere, but there was no word like it. The stockroom seemed to be the center of everything. There were nights when we would hear a basketball rolling across the floor inside the locked room. Once, my brother-in-law stayed the night and couldn't sleep. The next morning, he told us that P's talking doll had been singing under his bed all night. "But I couldn't find it," he said, rubbing his tired eyes. A week later, he finally saw the doll in P's hands. "That's the one," he muttered. I felt a chill run down my spine. Because I had removed the doll's talking mechanism months ago. Nannies never stayed long in our house. One lasted a single day. She left in the morning, her face pale and drawn, and refused to come back. She had seen them. Figures moving in and out of the stockroom, even though the door never opened. She had seen doppelgangers, perfect copies of us, mimicking our voices, our footsteps. And then came the worst realization of all. Balak was real. One day, I walked past P's room and saw her talking to someone. At first, I thought she was playing by herself. Then I saw the shadow. A thin, childlike silhouette, barely visible, standing just across from P. They were playing doctor. I listened as P spoke softly. "I'll fix you," she said. "I'll make you normal again, so you won't have to be a shadow anymore." And then P screamed. I rushed into the room just as she started crying, clutching her arm. Bruises. Scratches. "Balak is angry," she whispered. I held her close, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread settle in my chest. Whatever lived in that stockroom, whatever Balak and her mother were, did not belong in our home. We moved out soon after. To this day, I don't know what P really was to them. I don't know why they called her a babayan. But I do know this. The little girl in my dreams had asked me to protect her. And now I understood why. When I was a newly licensed nurse, I worked at a nursing home in Baltimore, Maryland. I was assigned to the skilled unit known as the vent unit, a place for residents who required ventilators and PG tubes to assist with their feeding. Despite their critical appearance, most of them were stable enough to stay in our care, though the environment always carried a heavy sense of fragility, as if life itself was hanging in a delicate balance. The unit had an odd layout, almost like a crossroad. At the center stood the circular nurses' station, offering a clear view down 4 hallways, north, south, east, and west. The north hallway, though, was different. It led to a dead end, a blank wall at the farthest point, with nowhere else to go. That hallway always unsettled me, especially during night shifts, when I was left alone in its eerie silence. One night, past midnight, the entire unit had settled into the dim, muted quiet that only hospital-like settings know. The north hallway, however, seemed darker than the rest. Maybe it was just the way the overhead lighting worked, or maybe it was because of that lifeless dead-end wall, but something about it felt off. I sat at my station, going through my usual chart checks, when something caught the corner of my eye. A tall, shadowy figure. It glided, smooth, soundless, toward a residence room at the far end of the north hallway. My breath caught in my throat. I wasn't even facing that hallway. I had intentionally positioned myself toward the east wing to avoid looking into the dark stretch of space. Yet, somehow, it still found me. I turned quickly, but the hallway was empty. I exhaled sharply, trying to brush it off as my imagination. But deep down, I knew what I saw. There was something different in the air, something thick and unexplainable. Still, I had my duties to fulfill. I forced myself down the north hallway, checking on my patients. I found nothing unusual, no figures, no movements, just the steady hum of ventilators and the rhythmic sounds of machines keeping fragile lives afloat. I continued my work, ignoring the nagging feeling that I had seen something I wasn't meant to. The next evening, when I arrived for my shift, I received my report. A patient in the far end of the north hallway had passed away that morning. A chill ran down my spine. I immediately recalled the shadow I had seen the night before. It had moved toward that side of the unit, toward the rooms at the far end. I couldn't be sure which room it had entered, but it was close enough. I told myself it was a coincidence. A few months passed. Then something happened that shook me to my core. It was past midnight again. The unit was quiet except for the occasional beeping of monitors and the mechanical hum of ventilators. I was making my rounds, administering scheduled medications. I entered a residence room in the north hallway, the same hallway that always made me uneasy. The room was completely dark, the only light coming from the dim glow of the hallway behind me. That's when I noticed the window. Most nights, the blinds were drawn shut, but tonight, they were wide open. Beyond the glass, the world outside was pitch black. The windowpane reflected the dimly lit hallway behind me, mirroring my figure as I stepped inside. I felt it before I saw it. That slow, creeping sensation of being watched. A prickling heat crawled up my neck, my heartbeat quickening as I fumbled along the wall, searching for the light switch. My hands were shaking, but I forced myself to stay calm, brushing my fingers over the smooth surface of the wall. Then my eyes landed on the window's reflection, and I froze. Behind me, standing just inches away, was a tall, shadowy figure. It was there, looming, watching. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run. My breath hitched, my skin cold despite the heat flooding my veins. The moment my fingers found the switch, I flicked it on. Light filled the room. The shadow was gone. I turned sharply, expecting, hoping, to find some logical explanation. But there was nothing behind me. I stood there, trembling, my mind racing. I didn't speak about it to anyone that shift. I stayed silent, forcing myself to focus on my work, pretending that I hadn't just seen something I couldn't explain. Even my coworkers noticed my unease. "Are you okay?" one of them asked. I nodded. Lied. Told them I was fine. I wasn't. The next night, I came in for my shift. That was when I heard the news. The patient in that room, the room where I had seen it, had passed away that morning. I felt sick. I had seen something. And now, someone was gone. I never spoke about it, not to my colleagues, not to my supervisors. But from that moment on, every time I walked into that north hallway, I felt it. Something was there. And it was always watching. In 2016, I rented a small terrace house in a quiet neighborhood in Manila. It was close to my partner's home, let's call him D, and we had originally planned to move in together. But as time passed, his behavior became more violent, and I knew I couldn't let him live with me. Thankfully, my name was the only one on the lease. That decision, however, left me struggling to afford the rent on my own, and D, furious about my refusal, only became worse. I kept hoping he would come to his senses, so I didn't bother decorating or settling in properly, partly because I was waiting for him to change and partly because I simply couldn't afford it. The previous tenant of the house had passed away, most likely from old age and quite possibly within the home itself. The bedroom floor had strange, wavy patterns, almost as if something had seeped through the floorboards. I often received her mail. Her name was still on old letters that kept arriving, but I never paid much attention to them. I figured I'd deal with it later. Then, something in the house changed. It started as a feeling. I was being watched. It wasn't necessarily menacing, but it was displeased. It felt as if something in the house resented my presence, like I was intruding on a space that did not belong to me. Her name, from the old letters, was Ai. The more time I spent in the house, the more I felt she had never truly left. She had cared for the home, tending to the garden with clear devotion. Her flowers, many of which happened to be my favorites, bloomed in careful arrangements. She must have lived there for a long time, possibly even since the houses were built in the early 90s. Between my growing fear of Dee and the increasingly heavy atmosphere in the house, I rarely felt at ease. The only time I truly relaxed was when Dee's dog stayed with me. I adored that dog, and her presence was the only thing that helped me sleep without needing the background noise of a TV or laptop. One afternoon, I took a nap with the dog beside me and had a dream. But it didn't feel like a dream. It felt real. I could feel the wind, the weight of my keys in my hand, the texture of the door. In the dream, I was locking up to go out, my key turning in the door. But then, I felt her. Ai was inside, pressing her own key into the same lock. There was no keyhole on the inside of the door, only a latch, but in the dream, we were struggling. Each of us twisting the key, fighting for control over the house. I hesitated. I had always avoided looking through the glass panels on the door, afraid of what I might see. But in the dream, I forced myself to look. And there she was. She was just an old woman. Frail, standing with a walking aid, not unlike my own grandmother. Immediately my fear vanished. I straightened up, and with a firm, commanding voice, the kind my family of teachers had mastered, I said, "Ai, this is my house." Then I turned the key and locked the door. When I woke up, the entire energy of the house had shifted. The heavy, unwelcome feeling was gone. It still felt like someone was there, but it was no longer hostile. The house felt warm, inviting. It felt like home. Even the dog, who had previously panted nervously in the space, settled in and relaxed. That was when the strange events truly began. It started with the lavender. Dee had once given me a small bundle of dried lavender after one of our countless fights. I had hung it from a cabinet handle in the kitchen, letting it dry. Then it began to move. Some nights, when I was upset, especially after another argument with Dee, the lavender would swing wildly, as if stirred by an unseen force. I would find stray lavender buds in the strangest places, on tables, on shelves, even on the floor right by my feet. It happened often, at least once a week. Once, I bent down to take the leash off the dog, and a single lavender bud fell right in front of me. For that to happen, it would have needed to fly across the room, around a corner, and land perfectly in my line of sight. But the windows were always closed. The doors were locked. The dog would also react to something I couldn't see. At night she would follow something with her eyes, moving her head from side to side, lightly panting as if nervous. I would feel it too, a restless energy pacing next to my bed. Finally, I had enough. I sat up, put on my firmest voice, and said, "You're scaring my dog. We need to sleep now. Good night." Then I opened the door and waited until I felt the unseen presence move past me, out into the hallway. Only then did the dog settle down. Dee eventually stopped letting me keep the dog, and without her, I had no comfort. That was when someone, began stroking my back when I cried. It was gentle, comforting, the way my grandmother used to soothe me as a child. Then, the night came when Ai saved my life. Dee had finally snapped. He followed me home after a fight, using his key to let himself into the front entrance. I had no time to barricade the door, so I locked the thin, inner door that led to the hallway. It wouldn't hold forever, but at least it gave me a chance to run through the back garden if he tried to break it down. Instead, he went for the fuse box. The house plunged into complete darkness. I waited, heart pounding, and eventually heard the front door close. Cautiously, I opened the inner door to turn the power back on. That was a mistake. Dee was still there. He lunged, throwing himself through the doorway, knocking me to the floor. I scrambled to get up, but he pinned me down, pressing his knee into my back. Then, he wrapped his arm around my throat. He had done it before. He knew exactly how much pressure to apply to keep me from fighting back. I gasped for air, clawing at the floor, my vision blurring. Then, suddenly his grip loosened. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs just enough to scream. He panicked. The front door was still open. Neighbors might have heard. He ran. Later, when he tried to guilt me into coming back to him, he showed me the bruises on his ribs. They were deep, dark, painful. He accused me of causing them. But I didn't. I couldn't have. I had been pinned. I believe, without a doubt, that IE saved me that night. Eventually, I left him for good, moving to the other side of the country. He tried to find me, but he never did. I hated leaving that house behind. Despite everything, it had become home. And I will always wonder, was it IE who protected me? Or was it my grandmother? Either way, I survived. Because someone made sure I did. The first time I saw him, I was around 8 years old. My bed had just been moved, now facing the window in my room. It was nighttime, but the outside was bright enough for me to see clearly. That's when I noticed him. A cloaked black figure stood outside, his hood pulled low over his face. What little I could see of his face was pale, almost translucent, and there was blood dripping down from it. I don't know if he was completely solid, but I saw him as clearly as anything else. The next time I saw him, I was 12 or 13. We had moved to a different house, and I was sitting in the basement with a friend, facing her. I blinked, and suddenly, in my mind's eye, I wasn't seeing from my own perspective anymore. Somehow, I saw the basement from her point of view. And there, standing behind me in the doorway, was him. Not long after that, I visited a small Wiccan shop. The moment I stepped inside, the owner took one look at me and practically ran away. Her husband apologized and told me she had sensed a dark energy around me. At the time, I assumed she meant there was something wrong with my aura. From that point on, the memories get a little foggy. There were plenty of paranormal experiences over the years, some connected to him, some maybe not. But the one thing I do remember is the Ouija board. I used it in that same basement, hoping to contact my uncle. I was young, curious, and naive. Instead of reaching my uncle, I believe I invited something else in. Maybe I gave this entity a stronger hold over me. Not long after that, I started hearing him in my head. I know how that sounds. Maybe it was just my imagination. Maybe not. But the voice was clear, speaking to me, answering me. He told me his name, though I can't remember it now, and said he was someone from one of my past lives. A life where I was very similar to who I am now, except I had died at 17. He claimed I had committed suicide, and that he was here to help me. For a while, things got darker, scarier. I began to suspect he was lying to me, trying to manipulate me. So I attempted a binding ritual. I was young and inexperienced. I didn't know what I was doing, not really. But I wanted to stop him, to cut whatever connection we had. It worked. Kind of. He stopped speaking to me. I didn't see him anymore. But I felt him. I just didn't realize it was him at the time. My husband, however, did. He has seen glimpses of him in every house we've lived in. 5 different places, and in each one, he was there. My husband thought he was the one being haunted, but I knew better. I saged the house. I did energy cleanses. I tried to push him out. But something always lingered. I might have ignored it, convinced myself that whatever it was had faded. But then last night happened. I was talking with my stepbrother's girlfriend, someone I barely know. My mom brought up the Wiccan shop incident and asked me to retell the story. When I mentioned how the shop owner had reacted to my energy, my stepbrother's girlfriend hesitated. And then she said something that made my stomach drop. She didn't think it was my energy that had scared the shop owner. The first time she met me, she had to leave quickly. Because she saw him. A cloaked figure standing behind me. She said he didn't want anyone else near me. She had been too afraid to say anything before, and even now, she didn't want to admit it. But he had been there last night too. Watching. And what shook me most was that she described him perfectly. Without ever hearing my story. I'm 26 now. That means he's been with me for 18 years. I used to think he was gone. Now I know he never left. I still don't know what he is. I've gone back and forth. Sometimes he feels like a threat, other times like a lost spirit who doesn't mean harm. But no matter his intentions, I feel like he's holding me back. Keeping me from something. I don't know what he wants. But after all these years, I think it's time I found out. I was in 7th grade. Probably too old to have an imaginary friend, but for some reason, I thought it was cool to pretend. Not because I needed a friend. I had 2 best friends, great parents, and siblings. I wasn't lonely. I just told myself that every kid should have an imaginary friend, so I made one up. His name was Charlie. At first, I didn't really interact with him. I didn't talk to him, didn't play with him, I just acted like he was there. Over time, without thinking, I started making space for him. I would keep to one side of my bed and neatly pile the blankets on the other, leaving the extra pillow untouched. I didn't even notice I was doing it until my mom jokingly asked me why I always made room for my ghost friend. I found it strange that she had noticed. But after that, I kept doing it. Eventually, I started talking to him. Not in front of people, of course. Only when I was alone. I wasn't sure if I actually believed in him, but I didn't want to ignore him either. Maybe a part of me thought he was real. Maybe a part of me was afraid he would be upset if I pretended he wasn't. One day, my sister caught me. I had been talking to Charlie while facing the wall, and she freaked out. She ran to tell my mom something was wrong with me. My mom didn't take it seriously, but I still felt embarrassed. That night, I told her I had a pretend friend, just something to make me feel better. She laughed, but I hated saying those words out loud. For a whole week after that, I stopped acknowledging him. I didn't arrange his side of the bed, didn't talk to him, didn't even think about him. That's when things got weird. I started feeling sudden chills at night. I kept hitting my elbow on the living room door handle, even though the doors were always open. I tripped more often, got muscle cramps in my legs in the middle of the night. Logical explanations existed, of course. Maybe I wasn't getting enough nutrients, maybe it was all in my head. But I didn't want to take the risk. So I started making his bed again. One day at school, I was sitting at my desk during break, mumbling to myself while writing in my notebook. My best friend walked up and asked what I was talking about. I hadn't even realized I was mumbling. I panicked and blurted out. I was pretending. She didn't buy it. She told me to prove it. I hesitated. Then, half-jokingly, I asked Charlie to do something small but noticeable. There was a stack of books at the front of the class, and I asked him to knock them over. No sooner had I spoken, the books tumbled to the floor. I went still, my heart pounding. But I played it off, pretending I wasn't fazed. My friend didn't believe me. She called it a coincidence, and told me to do it again. At that moment, the class monitor picked up 5 books but stopped to talk to the teacher before setting them back down. I didn't know how I was supposed to pull off another coincidence. Still, I asked Charlie, out loud, to make her drop the books. The moment I finished speaking, the books slipped from her hands. My friend still didn't believe in Charlie, but she started asking me to predict things, like what questions would be on the next biology exam. I told her it was impossible. But later, when I studied, I found myself struggling to separate 2 particular pages, page 17 and page 20. On a whim, I reread them. When the exam came, the questions were from those exact pages. More little things like that happened, but I brushed them off. I didn't want an imaginary friend anymore. If Charlie could do good things, what else was he capable of? I decided to stop believing in him. I stopped making his bed. I took his pillow for myself. I wrapped myself in the blankets so there was nothing left on his side. I told myself it had all been in my head. Then, the accidents started happening again. I slipped in the bathtub, walked into doors, cut myself too deep with nail clippers. My grades dropped. My family noticed how suddenly I started getting hurt all the time. I kept ignoring it. I refused to acknowledge that anything was wrong. Eventually, the strange occurrences lessened. By ninth grade, I made sure not to talk to myself out loud, or even in my own head. I convinced myself it was all my imagination. But then, one morning, something happened that I couldn't explain away. I had just woken up, still drowsy, and saw my sister lying in her bed across the room. She shifted, turning toward the wall. I decided to wake her up. "Let's not waste vacation sleeping. Let's go play some games while Mom and Dad are still asleep." She didn't respond. I tried again, whining in a playful voice. Still nothing. So I pulled the blanket off her. There was no one there. My breath caught in my throat. I had been sure, so sure, that I saw her move. Then the door opened, and my real sister walked in. "Why'd you sleep so late?" she asked. I checked the time. It was already 12:30 p.m. Another time, I was searching for a notebook in our room. I was making noise when I heard my sister's groggy voice whisper my name from the top bunk. I apologized and kept looking. Then she said my name again. I started asking why she was sleeping so early, but stopped mid-sentence. A cold, uneasy feeling crept over me. I leaned up to check if she was actually there. She wasn't. Just as I realized I was alone, I heard my name again, this time from the lower bunk. I didn't look. I couldn't. My body tensed, my breath stuck in my throat. I turned toward the door instead, but in my peripheral vision, I caught something. A head. A massive head, covered in long, black, wispy hair. It was too big to belong to a normal body. Too big to fit in my sister's bed. And it was moving. Rolling slightly, like it was shifting. I didn't wait to find out more. I turned and walked away, deliberately calm, like I hadn't seen anything. I didn't dare run. I didn't want to see what would happen if I did. Later, I sent my sister to get the notebook. I told myself if she didn't see anything, then it had been my imagination. She didn't see anything. But that night she fell sick. Fever, vomiting, 2 days of it. Since 9th or 10th grade, I haven't spoken to Charlie. I haven't acknowledged him, haven't let myself think about him. Other strange things have happened, just as unsettling, if not worse. But I always leave out the part about him. At least, until now. When I was a child, my family lived in a 2-family house. We occupied the first floor, while our landlord, an older man originally from Spain, lived on the second. He was incredibly kind, truly the best landlord we could have asked for. One evening, something happened that I can never forget. Our landlord was away in Spain, my father was still at work, and my mother had stepped out to the store. My brother, who was 18, had been left in charge, but he decided to go to his friend's house, leaving me alone. I didn't mind at the time. I was 9 years old and knew the rules: don't answer the door for strangers, and if anything happened, lock myself in my room and call for help. Confident, I told him it was fine, and he left. That was my mistake. Or maybe his. Not long after he was gone, I sat in my room playing Sonic Heroes on my GameCube when I heard the doorknob rattling. My brother had closed my door when he left, so I assumed he was still there and just messing with me. The knob continued to twist as if someone was about to come in. Annoyed, I shouted, "Just come in! What is it?" No answer. The door didn't open. Irritated, I got up and swung the door open, expecting to see my brother standing there. But there was no one. My stomach dropped. I tried to stay rational. Maybe it was a truck driving by shaking the door? Maybe my imagination was playing tricks on me? Pushing the fear aside, I shrugged it off, saved my game, and turned off the console. Hoping to distract myself, I left my room to finish my homework. I walked into the living room to grab my backpack when I heard something strange. It sounded like two people arguing, a man and a woman, but the voices were muffled. My curiosity turned to pure terror when I realized the voices were coming from upstairs. Our landlord was in Spain. No one else lived in the building. Who was arguing? The second I had this thought, the voices stopped. My entire body tensed. I knew I should call 911, but I hesitated. I walked to the house phone, which sat on the other end of the living room. Then I heard it, footsteps. They were coming from my brother's room, just past the kitchen. I froze, gripping the phone in my hands. And then I saw him. An older man walked right across the doorway. He came from my brother's room, casually strolling past as if he had all the time in the world. He wore a plaid shirt, had an aged face, was balding with wisps of white hair. I couldn't remember what his lower half looked like, but he was there. He was real. My mind went blank. My body locked up. It only lasted a second or two, but it felt like forever. Then, panic set in and I ran. I bolted out the front door, tears streaming down my face, stopping at the front gate. I wasn't allowed to leave the yard alone, so I just stood there, crying and hoping someone from my family would come home soon. A man walked by and gave me a confused look, probably wondering why a kid was standing outside at dusk, sobbing alone. I didn't care. I just wanted my mom. Then I remembered something she always told me. It's the living you should be afraid of, not the dead. My breathing slowed. The realization set in. What I had seen wasn't a person. It was a ghost. And what could a ghost really do to me? Gathering every bit of courage I had, I wiped my tears, turned around, and walked back inside. The house was silent. I picked the phone up from the floor, but I hesitated. What was I supposed to tell the police? That I had seen a ghost? They'd think I was crazy. Just then, my prayers were answered. My mother walked through the front door. The second she saw my tear-streaked face, she dropped her grocery bags. What happened? I tried to explain, but my words came out in broken sobs. She walked me to the kitchen, sat me on the counter, and wiped my face with a damp paper towel. She listened to every word, never interrupting, never doubting me. Then, she grabbed a bottle of holy water and immediately went to bless the house, focusing on my brother's room. 15 minutes later, my brother walked in, only to be met with my mother's furious scolding. He had no idea what had happened and was shocked when she told him. Months later, my mother finally revealed something that made my blood run cold. The ghost I had seen, the old man, was the landlord before the one we had. He had practiced dark magic or been obsessed with the occult, and after he passed away, he never really left the house. Our current landlord had seen him before and warned my parents. After that night, I never saw him again. But I became fascinated with ghosts and the supernatural. No horror movie, no ghost story has ever scared me the way that night did. The sheer terror of seeing something that wasn't supposed to be there, something that logic couldn't explain, was an experience I hope I never relive. Even today, I sometimes wonder, does he still walk through that house, appearing to whoever happens to be left alone? Or did my mother's blessing finally send him away? I don't know, and I don't want to find out. But I do know one thing. After that night, my perspective on the supernatural changed forever. I found myself drawn to ghost stories, researching hauntings, and even discussing experiences with others who had seen things they couldn't explain. I never told my friends at school, but deep down, I knew that what I saw was real. Years later, when I drove past that house, I slowed down and stared at it, wondering if he was still there. The curtains in the upstairs window shifted slightly, as if someone had been watching me just before I passed. A cold chill ran down my spine. I pressed the gas and didn't look back. It has been 20 years since that night, but I can still remember it as if it happened just yesterday. The images remain fresh in my mind, the eerie feeling still lingers, and the questions that haunted me then remain unanswered even now. The hotel itself was breathtaking. It was the kind of place that carried history in its very bones. The grand structure dated back to medieval times, and certain parts of it still held remnants of that era. Massive wooden panels lining the walls, worn but sturdy, whispering tales of centuries past. The main staircase window was the original from those days, its glass slightly warped, a silent observer to generations of people who had walked those halls. The gardens were spectacular, an oasis of color and life that contrasted with the somber elegance of the building. Everything about the place felt like stepping into a different time. My husband and I were invited to a wedding at this enchanting venue, and guests were given the option to stay at a discounted rate. It felt like an opportunity we shouldn't pass up, so we decided to book a room for the night. The room we were assigned was called the Chapel Room. I remember the name standing out to me at the time, but I didn't think much of it beyond the charm of its old-world feel. The wedding itself was a beautiful affair. The ceremony took place in the hotel gardens, under a golden sky as the sun began to set. The air was warm, filled with the gentle hum of laughter and conversation. We reunited with old friends and distant family members, some of whom we hadn't seen in years. After the ceremony, we moved to a large patio where drinks were served, and everyone was in high spirits. But what truly made the evening special was the medieval theme. When we entered the reception hall, I felt as if I had been transported back in time. The room was immense, its towering ceilings upheld by thick wooden beams darkened with age. The long banquet tables were made of solid, ancient wood, their surfaces scarred by time but rich with history. Instead of chairs, there were benches that ran the entire length of the tables. Every detail was immersive, our utensils were all metal, and we ate from rustic plates, drinking from goblets. Instead of modern silverware, we ate with wooden spoons, just as people would have in centuries past. A whole medieval feast was prepared, a grand hog roast, platters of bread and cheese, steaming vegetables, and rich, spiced dishes that filled the air with tantalizing aromas. Entertainment was provided by a joker who roamed the hall, singing, telling jokes, and keeping everyone laughing. The atmosphere was intoxicating, a perfect blend of merriment and nostalgia. The night ended with dancing to the music of a live band. It felt like a dream, everyone lost in the moment, laughter and music echoing through the grand hall. As the night wore on, only a few of us remained, lingering for a final nightcap at the bar before finally retreating to our rooms, exhausted yet content. I remember collapsing into bed, my body heavy with exhaustion. The last thing I recall before drifting off was how eerily silent the hotel became after the celebrations ended. The walls seemed to hold on to the echoes of laughter, but beyond that, the silence was dense, as if the night itself had paused to listen. Then, something woke me. A clock chiming in the hallway. My eyes fluttered open, and for a moment, I was confused. The darkness in the room was thick, but the soft glow from the hallway seeped in beneath the door. I turned toward the bedside table, my watch confirming the time, exactly 2 a.m. A strange unease settled over me. Feeling parched, I pushed back the covers and stepped onto the cool wooden floor, heading toward the bathroom for a drink of water. As I poured myself a glass, something caught my attention, a sound, faint but unmistakable. A woman crying. At first, I thought I had imagined it. But as I stood there, listening, the sound became clearer. The sobs were heavy, filled with sorrow so raw that it sent a shiver through me. I couldn't tell exactly where it was coming from, but it sounded as if it were just outside our door. Hesitating for only a moment, I slowly opened the door and peered down the dimly lit hallway. My breath caught in my throat. At the far end of the hall stood a woman. She was dressed in a long, flowing white gown, her face turned slightly downward, her hands clutching at the fabric of her dress. For a brief second, my mind tried to rationalize it. Was it the bride? Perhaps she had wandered out in distress, overwhelmed by the emotions of the day. But as I stepped toward her, the air around me changed. The temperature dropped sharply, the fine hairs on my arms rising as a deep chill settled into my bones. "Are you all right?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. The figure did not respond. Instead, as I moved closer, she began to fade. Her form grew more transparent with each step I took until, within seconds, she was gone. Vanished into thin air. I stood frozen in place, my heart hammering in my chest. A strange fog seemed to settle over my mind, and for a moment, I felt as though I had been sleepwalking. A sudden exhaustion washed over me, and without thinking, I turned back to my room. As I slid into bed, I heard the clock in the hallway chime again. My watch now read 4 a.m. Had I really been out in the hall for 2 hours? The thought made my stomach twist, but before I could dwell on it, sleep overtook me. The next morning, the memory of what had happened clung to me like a fog. As we made our way downstairs for breakfast, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Finally, I decided to confide in the hotel manager. "I need to tell you something, but please don't laugh." I started. His expression changed instantly. Without a word, he gestured for me to follow him into a side office. Once inside, he closed the door and motioned for me to sit. "You're not the first," he said. A chill ran down my spine. He explained that, over the years, at least 10 other guests had reported the same experience. They had been woken at exactly 2 a.m. by the chime of the clock, except the clock had no working mechanisms. It was just a replica, meant for decoration. Yet, somehow, it still chimed at the same time every year. And then they saw her. The woman in white, crying in the hallway. He told me that no one knew who she was. There was no record of a tragedy, no documentation of her existence. The hotel dated back to the era of the Knights Templar, but even after years of research, no one had uncovered her story. But that wasn't all. Guests had also reported seeing her running through the gardens. Some claimed they saw her reflection in the ballroom mirrors during events. And as he spoke, a realization hit me so hard that my breath caught in my throat. I had seen her before. The previous night, in the grand hall, lost among the dancers, her white gown swirling as she moved. At the time, she had blended in, just another guest celebrating the night. But now I knew better. She had always been there. And perhaps she always would be. For as long as I can remember, my grandmother knew almost nothing about her heritage. Or my grandfather's, for that matter. It had always been a missing piece of our family's history, something lost to time and forgotten by those who came before us. But my grandmother, perhaps sensing the importance of knowing where we came from, was determined to find answers. She didn't know where to start, so she asked me to take on the challenge. She even offered to pay for a few years of an ancestry subscription so I could dig into our roots and piece together the puzzle of our family tree. Her side of the family wasn't too difficult to trace. It took effort, of course, but with enough research, both through ancestry and other records, I was able to start pulling family members together. But my grandfather's side? That was another story entirely. What little information my grandmother had wasn't leading anywhere. It was like trying to navigate a labyrinth with no map. Still, I was determined, and the more I searched, the more I uncovered. One of the most intriguing discoveries was that my grandfather's lineage was connected to the Kellogg family. That realization alone sent me down a rabbit hole of research. But there was one person in particular I became fixated on, my many times great-grandmother. The details surrounding her were murky, her name elusive. Every lead I found seemed to contradict the last. Then, after weeks of frustration, I stumbled upon something that changed everything. It was a book, an old record about a nearby town. Buried within its pages was a clue. The first name I had been searching for wasn't actually her first name at all. It was her middle name. Armed with this new information, I went to the cemetery, just as I had done with other ancestors I had managed to locate. But when I arrived, I was met with an unexpected problem. There was no headstone. I searched everywhere, walking the rows of graves, tracing my fingers over worn inscriptions, but I couldn't find her. After more research, I confirmed the truth: she had never been given a headstone. It unsettled me. It didn't seem right that she had been left unmarked, her resting place forgotten. So, I made a decision. I would find her plot, no matter how long it took, and I would make sure she had a marker. The problem? I still haven't found it. To this day, I've been unable to track down the exact spot where she was buried. And to make matters worse, I haven't been able to get in touch with the cemetery caretaker. It's frustrating, to say the least, but I refuse to give up. A few days after my mother, sister, and I had last visited the cemetery in our search, something strange happened. I was lying in bed, just drifting between sleep and wakefulness, when I became suddenly, startlingly aware. In the darkness of my room, I saw her. A woman, transparent but undeniably there, sitting at the end of my bed, right next to my feet. She wasn't frightening, nor did I feel any sense of dread. Instead, she simply smiled at me, then stood up and vanished. The vision was brief, but vivid. More vivid than any dream I've ever had. And somehow I just knew it was her. My many times great-grandmother. She was dressed in 1800s clothing, the details unmistakable. Given that I'm a bit of a history buff, I could tell right away that her attire was period accurate. Even though the encounter was fleeting, I couldn't shake the feeling that she had come to thank me. Maybe she knew that her husband had moved on, remarried, and never thought to give her a headstone. Maybe she understood that my mother, my sister, and I were the first family members in generations to even attempt to find her. Whatever the case, she felt warm, comforting. Unlike some of the other paranormal experiences I've had, ones that left me shaken, this one gave me a sense of peace. In fact, part of me wonders if she has become a guardian presence in my life, watching over me in a way she was never able to in life. But that isn't where my experiences with the other side end. For a large part of 2016, I lived with my grandmother while she battled ovarian cancer. She needed someone to care for her, and I stepped into that role without hesitation. It wasn't easy. Watching someone you love fight an illness like that never is. But I did everything I could to keep her spirits up. One day, I decided to paint something for her, a simple picture of a tree with a cancer ribbon wrapped around it, the word hope written within the ribbon. It wasn't a masterpiece by any means, but that wasn't the point. I just wanted her to have something in her room, something to remind her that there was still hope. My grandfather had passed in 2010, and my grandmother had never truly recovered from the loss. She was already deeply depressed when her illness struck, and there were days when it felt like she was slipping away not just physically, but emotionally, too. The painting was my way of holding on to something positive, something she could look at and feel even the smallest glimmer of optimism. In April 2017, my grandmother lost her battle. The house was left to me, and I stayed there for several months, taking care of her animals, keeping up the property. By the time October came around, I knew it was time to move on. At some point after her passing, the painting of the tree had been moved. It now hung above the staircase leading from the ground floor to the second floor, a quiet reminder of her presence. For her funeral, my mother's cousins came up from Florida. They had been close to my grandmother, and two of them stayed in her old bedroom, while another took the guest room. I, on the other hand, slept on an air mattress in the living room. Grieving is different for everyone. For my family, we chose to remember the good times rather than let sorrow consume us. We laughed, we reminisced, we joked about things my grandmother would have been mortified to know we were discussing. That night, my cousins and I sat around a bonfire at my brother's place, swapping stories, recalling her quirks, and saying things that, if she had been alive, she would have most definitely thrown a book at us for. When we finally returned to the house, something unexpected happened. The painting, the one I had made for her, the one that had been securely hanging above the staircase, was now lying in the middle of the kitchen floor. Not at the bottom of the stairs. Not near the wall. In the center of the kitchen. At least 6 feet away from where it should have landed had it simply fallen. There was no logical explanation. The nail in the wall was still firmly in place, tilted at such an angle that it would have taken serious effort to dislodge it. I later had to fight just to get it out when we were clearing out the house. The cats couldn't have knocked it down. Nothing could have made it move the way it did. As soon as we saw it, my cousins exchanged glances, muttered hurried goodnights, and disappeared into their rooms, leaving me standing there alone, staring at the painting. I knew right away what had happened. It was my grandmother. And she was yelling at us. The thought made me smile. It was such a her thing to do. Even in death, she wasn't about to let us get away with talking about her in an unbecoming manner. She had always been a spitfire, full of personality, and I guess nothing about that had changed. The painting hangs in my bedroom now. It has never fallen again. Not once. I take that as a sign that she's at peace. But every now and then I wonder, if I ever get too out of line, will she knock it down again? The myths surrounding the Galloway Monument in Lakeview Cemetery have only grown with time. Each generation adds new layers to the legend, whispering tales of a young woman who met a tragic fate. Some say she was a bride who died too soon, while others claim she was a wealthy heiress in love with her chauffeur, torn apart by society's expectations. The most dramatic version insists that her body was never buried at all, that it remains hidden inside the statue itself, her spirit forever trapped in cold, unyielding marble. On dark, foggy nights, locals claim to see a shadow drifting between the tombstones, sobbing softly, searching for something, or someone, lost to time. But the truth of Grace Laverne Galloway's life is far different from the eerie folklore that surrounds her grave. She was the only daughter of a wealthy oil tycoon, born into privilege and expectation. Her father had built a fortune in Titusville, Pennsylvania, and the family resided in a grand mansion in Jamestown, a home that would later become the Moose Club. Grace wasn't a tragic lover or a restless ghost in life. She was a young woman with talent, ambition, and a future. She was a gifted opera singer who performed at Chautauqua Institution, admired for her voice and presence. Her family sent her to Boston to refine her skills, to study among the best, to prepare for a career that could take her anywhere she wished to go. There was no forbidden romance, no love lost to death. To anyone's knowledge, Grace never had a serious relationship. Her life was devoted to music, charity, and family. She was warm and generous, known for her kindness, but love had not been part of her story. Until illness stole everything from her. She contracted tuberculosis while in Boston, a cruel sickness that would take her life before she could ever reach the heights she had worked for. Her parents, desperate for a cure, sent her to North Carolina, where the air was said to be good for the lungs. It did nothing to stop the inevitable. As she traveled home, she grew weaker, and in November of 1898, at just 27 years old, she died in Pittsburgh. All the wealth in the world could not save her. Her parents were devastated. Their only daughter was gone, her life reduced to memories and what-ifs. They wanted the world to remember her, to honor her in a way that would keep her presence alive. Inspired by a monument in Buffalo, her father commissioned a statue in her likeness, something beautiful and lasting. An artist in Pittsburgh shaped the figure in clay, using Grace's last portrait as a reference. The model was then sent to Florence, Italy, where it was carved from the finest Italian marble. Her family chose a dress, one she had never worn, and sent it alongside the design so it could be copied in perfect detail. When the statue arrived in Jamestown, it was placed in Lakeview Cemetery, standing as a tribute to the daughter they had lost. But the seasons are unforgiving. The rain, wind, and snow threatened to wear the marble away. The years passed, and as cracks and stains began to appear, the family made a decision. The statue needed to be protected, preserved, sealed away from the elements. A glass case was built around it, turning the monument into something even more mysterious. A life-sized woman in a glass tomb, her expression frozen in quiet sorrow. It didn't take long for stories to spread. Thousands of visitors came to see her, each one hearing a different version of who she was and how she had died. And as with all great legends, the truth was buried beneath the weight of imagination. More than 80 years later, I saw her for myself. In 1985, I was a member of the Moose Lodge in Jamestown, the very place where Grace had once lived. Every Thursday night, I played cards there with my brother and a few friends. We usually played in the dining room on the first floor, but when there were fewer of us, we'd move to the basement. That night was one of those nights. I arrived as usual and walked into the dining room, expecting to find my friends. But they weren't there. I soon realized they had already set up the game downstairs. Without thinking much of it, I took off my jacket, draped it over a chair, and made my way down to join them. We played for hours. The night stretched on until it was past 1 in the morning, and one by one, everyone started to head home. It wasn't until I was ready to leave that I remembered my jacket. By then, I was the only one still inside. The others had already stepped out into the cold, their voices fading as they walked toward their cars. I went back upstairs, grabbed my jacket, and turned to head back down. And that's when I saw her. She was standing on the landing, just 2 feet in front of me. I stopped breathing. She was shorter than me, her body pale and almost translucent, yet I could see her so clearly. Her face was unreadable, not threatening, not welcoming, just watching. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. The air around us changed. It became impossibly dry, the chill sinking into my bones. For a moment, we just stared at each other. She barely moved, but I had the overwhelming feeling that she was waiting. That she wanted me to follow her. I don't know why I didn't feel afraid. Maybe I was too shocked. Maybe I was too stunned by the sheer reality of what I was seeing. After what felt like forever, I finally moved. I stepped back and forced my feet to carry me down the stairs, through the entrance, and out into the night where my friends were waiting. They saw my face before I even spoke. "You okay?" one of them asked. I opened my mouth, but for a second, nothing came out. Then, finally, I found my voice. "I just saw Grace." They laughed at first. Then they saw I wasn't joking. I explained everything, what I had seen, what I had felt. The way she had just stood there, waiting, watching, expecting something. I don't know why she appeared that night. Maybe she never left the place she once called home. Maybe she lingers in the halls of the Moose Lodge, searching for something that was lost with time. Or maybe she was never meant to be sealed away in that glass case, never meant to be trapped in stone. Maybe she's still trying to be seen, still trying to be remembered. The building where I saw her, the one that once belonged to her family, is set to be torn down in the spring of 2019. I wonder what will happen to her then. My aunt's house stands on farmland, a vast stretch of land where my uncle runs a cotton mill. The farm is located far outside the village, surrounded by nothing but barren fields stretching endlessly in all directions. The silence there is different, deeper, heavier. It settles over the land like a thick blanket, broken only by the occasional rustling of the wind through dry grass or the distant call of a night bird. Almost 10 years before this incident, an old servant who had worked for my aunt's family for many years had died in the mill. He hadn't just been an employee. He had been like family. He had spent his life tending to the house, the mill, and the fields, dedicating every waking moment to their service. But one day, without explanation, he hanged himself inside the mill. No one ever truly understood why. There had been no signs, no warnings, just the grim discovery of his lifeless body hanging in the storage area of the mill. After his death, strange things started happening. At first, they were small, unexplained noises, faint whispers in the dead of night. Then, more unsettling occurrences followed. My uncle, a man who had always dismissed talk of spirits and hauntings, would wake up in the middle of the night to find the machines running inside the mill, machines he had personally shut off before leaving. He would walk over, check everything, switch them off again, and return home, only for it to happen again a few nights later. My aunt, however, believed something was wrong. She had always been sensitive to such things and was convinced that the mill was no longer just a workplace. She refused to step inside alone, always feeling an unseen presence, something watching, something waiting. My uncle brushed it all off as nonsense, but she never did. During one summer vacation, I visited my aunt's house. It was a beautiful place, surrounded by tall trees that kept it cool even in the hottest months. The days were peaceful, spent under the shade of the trees, but at night, the land took on a different feeling, one that was hard to explain. One particular night, the power went out. I had been in deep sleep but woke up drenched in sweat from the unbearable heat. I got up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The cool breeze rushed in, making me sigh in relief. The night was still, the trees swaying gently under the moonlight. Feeling comfortable again, I went back to bed. I must have fallen asleep quickly, but something woke me up again. A sound, low at first, then growing louder. A steady, mechanical hum. It took me a moment to fully wake up and register what it was. It sounded like a machine running. I sat up and turned towards the window. My heart began to pound. The noise was coming from the mill. That was impossible. The power was out. Just then, I heard a door creak open. My uncle had woken up too. He stepped out of his room, holding a torch in one hand. His face was calm, but there was a flicker of something in his eyes, something I couldn't quite place. He opened the main door and stepped outside, walking in the direction of the mill. Without thinking, I followed him. The land was cloaked in darkness. The trees swayed gently, their shadows stretching across the ground in twisted shapes. The sound of the machine grew louder as we approached. My uncle walked ahead, his footsteps steady, while I trailed behind, my pulse quickening with every step. We reached the mill, and my uncle went straight to the office, pushing the door open. He began searching for the keys to the machinery room, but they weren't there. He frowned and turned to me, telling me to wait while he went back to the house to get the spare keys. I nodded, though I wasn't sure I wanted to be left alone in that place. The silence of the mill pressed in on me. The air was thick and humid, making my skin prickle with sweat. And yet, the machine kept running. I picked up the torch and, with hesitant steps, made my way toward the machinery room. The door was locked, but the sound rumbled from the other side, loud and unrelenting. I pressed my ear against the wood, straining to hear anything else, but it was just a rhythmic, mechanical noise, steady, endless. My uncle returned moments later, the keys jingling in his hand. He unlocked the door and pushed it open. The machine was running, but there was no power. It was impossible. Yet there it was, spinning wildly, the sound of its movement filling the entire room. My uncle didn't say anything. He had seen this before, too many times. But I stood frozen, watching, unable to process what I was seeing. Then, without warning, the machine began to slow. The deafening roar faded into a soft hum, then silence. A silence so thick it felt unnatural. And then, footsteps. Slow. Measured. Coming from the go-down area. I turned, my breath catching in my throat. A faint light flickered in the darkness, growing brighter as it neared. My first thought was that my uncle had gone to check the power room and was returning with a lantern. But the figure that emerged was not my uncle. It was an old man. His form was hazy, his features indistinct, but I could see him clearly enough. He held a lantern in one hand, the flickering light casting eerie shadows across his sunken face. He walked slowly, deliberately, towards me. My body locked up in terror, and when I finally found my voice, I screamed. The moment the sound left my throat, he vanished. The power came back on, the lights flickering to life, filling the room with an artificial glow. My uncle came rushing in, his face filled with concern. He asked why I had screamed. I pointed to the spot where the old man had stood, my hand trembling. I told him what I had seen. He didn't believe me. He insisted it had only been the two of us in the mill. But I knew what I saw. I asked him what was wrong with the mill, why the machines kept turning on by themselves. He only shook his head. Even after all these years, he still had no explanation. He switched off the main power and locked the machinery room. As we walked toward the office, I felt it. A heaviness. Like something unseen was trying to hold me back, pulling at me with invisible hands. I turned quickly, expecting to see someone there. But there was nothing. We locked up and walked back home, but my thoughts stayed in that mill. The image of the old man burned into my mind. The next morning, I told my aunt everything. I expected her to brush it off, to tell me it was my imagination. But instead, she went pale. That was when she finally told me about the old servant. The man who had worked for their family for years. The one who had died in the storage area, hanging from the ceiling. After his death, the storage area had been locked, sealed away because of the strange occurrences that followed. Machines turning on by themselves. Whispered voices in the dark. Flickering lights when there was no power. I knew then. The old man I saw, the one with the lantern, the one who disappeared into thin air, was the same servant. Even after all these years, he was still there. And maybe, just maybe, he always would be. In a quiet Minnesota city, nestled near the college I attended, there was a theater with a reputation for being haunted. Stories had circulated for years about a mischievous spirit known as the Blue Man. He was said to be harmless but troublesome, always interfering with productions in small but noticeable ways. Props would go missing, curtains would move on their own, stage lights would flicker unpredictably, and technical issues would appear out of nowhere, only to fix themselves moments later. Stage managers had learned to live with him, chalking up the mishaps to his usual antics. Actors often spoke about strange sensations backstage, the feeling of being watched, or catching glimpses of shadows moving where no one should be. Some even claimed to have seen him, a man in blue coveralls, with shaggy light-colored hair and glasses straight out of the 1970s. The theater had once been attached to an old train depot, and it made sense that the spirit might have been a former worker or engineer, though no one had ever been able to confirm who he really was. I had always been fascinated by stories of hauntings, so naturally, I was drawn to this place. The idea of a ghost roaming the wings and fly space made the theater feel even more alive to me. No one had ever felt threatened by him. If anything, his presence was more of an annoyance than a danger. During every production, without fail, something would go wrong. I had the chance to work in this theater twice, both times in musicals. The first time, I had a lead role, which meant I spent long hours in rehearsals, often arriving early and staying late. I had always been sensitive to paranormal activity, and I could feel something there from the moment I stepped onto that stage. A presence. A weight in the air. The subtle, nagging feeling that I wasn't alone, even when I was. But I was too focused on my rehearsals to let my thoughts wander too far into ghost stories. That was, until he came to rehearsal one night. The theater itself was a traditional proscenium stage, large and spacious, with proper fly space and wings. The stage sat about 3 feet above the audience level, curving slightly outward into the house, which contained a few hundred seats arranged in a semicircle. The lighting booth was at the very back, centered above the last row. The audience entered through double doors in the lobby, leading to 2 side aisles, since there was no direct center aisle. If someone had a seat in the middle of a row, they had to walk past 20 to 30 chairs to reach it. The doors leading into the theater were heavy. If they weren't held open, they would swing shut with a loud bang. To prevent distractions during rehearsals, the left side door was always bolted shut. That meant the only way into the audience section was through the right side entrance. The only door to the lighting booth was also on the right. That night, as usual, I was the last actor left, working late with the director and assistant director. The rest of the cast and crew had already gone home, leaving through the back loading dock or the lobby doors. We had been running scenes for about 45 minutes, the 3 of us alone in the massive, empty building. I was standing on stage near the edge, while the director and assistant director were in the audience, discussing notes over an open script. The 3 of us were leaning in over the pages when suddenly, I felt it. That unmistakable sensation of being watched. A heavy, pressing awareness settled over me, sending a chill down my spine. I glanced up instinctively, scanning the rows of empty seats, and that's when I saw him. In the very back row, in the far left corner, a man was sitting, or maybe standing, I couldn't tell, since I could only see him from the chest up. He had shaggy hair, glasses with thick frames, and what looked like a gray button-down shirt. I blinked, startled. I hadn't heard anyone come in, hadn't seen the doors move. But there he was, clear as day, watching me. For a moment, I thought he might be a janitor or a parent of one of the younger cast members. But as I glanced back down at the script, something nagged at me. A whisper of doubt. I looked up again, locking eyes with him. He was still staring at me. I hesitated, then offered him a small smile and a half-wave. He didn't react. Just stood, or sat, completely still, his gaze locked onto mine. I looked away again, just for a second. And when I looked back, he was gone. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. He hadn't moved. Hadn't walked away. He had simply disappeared. For several long seconds, I just stood there, staring at the empty seat. My mind raced, trying to piece together what had just happened. The director and assistant director were still deep in conversation, oblivious to my sudden shock. Finally, I asked them, "Is anyone else still here?" They looked up at me, confused. "No," the director said. "Everyone left almost an hour ago. The janitor already locked up the lobby doors." A slow, creeping realization settled over me. There had been no way for anyone to come in unnoticed. No way for someone to have left without me seeing them cross the back of the house. The only way out was through the same heavy swinging door that would have slammed shut if it had been used. I didn't say anything else. We wrapped up rehearsal, packed our things, and left through the back. As I sat in my car, I felt my heartbeat quicken. Had I just seen the blue man? The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became. It matched every description I had ever heard. And suddenly, I felt uneasy. He was known for pranks, moving curtains, playing with lights. But this show had something unique. People would be flying, strapped into cables and harnesses. What if he messed with the rigging? What if something went wrong? The next night, I arrived early. The theater was empty, save for the ghost light standing center stage. I stepped up, standing where I had been the night before. The sensation returned, a presence pressing against my awareness. I spoke out loud, my voice echoing in the empty space. "Hello? My name is..." I introduced myself, just as I would to any new acquaintance. "Thank you for coming to rehearsal last night. It's nice to meet you. We're really excited for this show, but I'm nervous about flying. Would you mind keeping an eye on us? Keeping us safe?" I paused, waiting, half expecting something to happen. When nothing did, I added, "Thank you for sharing this space with us." I never saw him again after that. For the rest of the production, things were quiet. No flickering lights, no misplaced props. People even commented that the blue man seemed unusually absent. The stage manager, who had worked in the theater for years, mentioned that it was the first production she could remember where nothing strange happened. At the cast party, I finally told her what I had seen. She smiled knowingly and said, "Sounds like you made a friend." I liked to think that was true. But then, in the next musical, things changed. The blue man didn't make an appearance during rehearsals, and I thought maybe he had moved on. Then, on opening night during a big company number, every single stage light went out. The actors and musicians carried on, the show must go on, but the entire theater sat in pitch darkness. A full minute later, the lights flickered back on, as if nothing had happened. During intermission, I found the stage manager and asked, "What happened?" She just laughed and shrugged. "Guess he's back at it." It started as a seemingly ordinary dream. The kind that felt real but was still distant, blurred at the edges. In the dream, it was a dark and rainy afternoon, and I was wandering through a small city, exploring unfamiliar buildings, feeling like a traveler without a destination. The streets were quiet, the sky was heavy with storm clouds, and there was something strangely isolating about the way everything looked, dim and wet, like a forgotten place where no one really lived. I walked along a sidewalk, my shoes tapping against the slick pavement, when I suddenly stumbled upon a scene straight out of an old television show. Two people were there, Mulder and Scully. I hadn't seen the X-Files in years, yet there they were, unmistakable, their faces as clear as if I had just watched an episode yesterday. It was strange, but in the way that dreams often are, I didn't question it. Mulder was lying on his side, curled up in a fetal position as though he had been injured. Scully knelt beside him, her head resting on his chest, listening for a heartbeat. There was a sense of urgency, of something being deeply wrong, and then, suddenly, Mulder was gone. I was in his place now. I hadn't moved, hadn't seen him leave. It was as though I had simply become him, my body curled up the same way, Scully still resting her head against me, listening for my heartbeat. And then I began to hear it. A slow, deliberate thump, louder than it should have been. My breath came in shallow pulls, each one growing slower, heavier. I realized with chilling clarity what was happening. I was dying. There was no panic at first, just a strange, detached acceptance. I lay there, listening to the rhythm of my own fading life, feeling the air in my lungs become thinner. My body wasn't moving, but my mind was drifting, preparing to let go. Then, at the last possible moment, something changed. The moment I reached the peak of that sensation, the tipping point where it felt like I was truly slipping away, I was struck by a sudden, primal terror. I didn't want to die. The realization was so sharp, so overpowering, that my body reacted violently. A powerful tingling sensation rushed up my spine, spreading through my limbs in waves of electrified buzzing, as though something was physically trying to hold me in place. My entire being felt trapped between two states, as though my body was trying to paralyze itself while my mind was desperately clawing its way back to consciousness. With sheer force of will, I jerked myself awake. I gasped, my body rigid, my heart hammering in my chest. I was no longer on some rainy street in a dream. I was in my room, lying in my futon, my blankets pulled up over my head. I was exactly as I had been in the dream, curled up on my left side, still trapped in the suffocating warmth of my covers. My breathing was fast and uneven now, my mind scrambling to process what had just happened. I knew I was fully awake. The dream had ended, but something was still wrong. Everything around me looked bright. Through the thin, slightly translucent fabric of my blanket, I could see what appeared to be morning light filtering into the room. That wasn't possible. It had still been the middle of the night when I had gone to sleep. Confused, I reached up, lifting the blanket slightly, just enough to peek out. And then I saw it. A face. It was only inches from mine, glowing in an eerie whitish-blue hue, its features distinct and unmoving. I saw the deep-set eye sockets, the shape of its nose, the curve of its mouth. It wasn't just a vague shadow or an illusion of the light. This was something real. I froze, my breath caught in my throat. I had the overwhelming feeling that it was going to turn and look directly at me. I didn't let it. With a sharp, terrified reflex, I yanked the covers back over my head, my body trembling with fear. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing myself to disappear, but I could still feel it. It wasn't just in the room, it was focused on me. The presence was overwhelming, pressing against me like a thick, invisible weight. It wasn't like waking up from a nightmare where the fear quickly fades into relief. This was different. It felt aware. It felt intentional. I lay there, completely still, trying to control my breathing. My heart was racing, but I forced myself not to make a sound. I didn't know how long I stayed like that, but eventually, I turned carefully onto my right side, still buried beneath my covers. My phone was tucked under my pillow, and I reached for it with shaky fingers. The screen lit up, casting a dim glow in the darkness. 3:20 a.m. I was drenched in sweat, my body overheating from being buried under the blankets, but I couldn't bring myself to move. Even with the stifling discomfort, I preferred suffocating in my own breath than exposing myself to whatever was out there. The presence didn't leave immediately. For what felt like an eternity, it lingered, filling the room with an energy I couldn't explain. I wasn't alone. Then, gradually, it faded. The suffocating weight lifted. The air around me changed. Only then did I dare peek out again. The brightness was gone. The room was dark, just as it had been when I went to sleep. The soft outlines of my furniture came into focus, the faint glow of my computer's power button flickering across the wall. Everything was normal. Except, nothing was normal. I sat up slowly, my body still on edge, my ears straining for any sound. But the room was silent. For the first time in what felt like hours, I took a deep, steadying breath. My fear hadn't left, but the immediate danger, the presence, seemed to have gone. Finally, I gathered the courage to climb out of bed. My legs were weak as I walked to the bathroom, the wooden floor cold beneath my feet. I turned on the light and stared at my reflection in the mirror, trying to ground myself in reality. My face was pale, my skin damp with sweat. After a few minutes, I returned to my room. I hesitated at the doorway, staring into the darkness, waiting for something, anything, to move. But it didn't. I crawled back into bed, my heart still hammering against my ribs. I didn't fall asleep for a long time. The next morning, I told my mom about what had happened. She listened carefully, her face unreadable, before finally offering an explanation. She believed my dream, the experience of dying, had somehow opened a veil. That my mind had been so deeply immersed in the state of crossing over that it had made me vulnerable, allowing something to come through. Something that wasn't supposed to be there. Something that had been waiting. Even now, I don't have a logical explanation. All I know is that I saw something that night. And for the first time in my life, I felt something staring back. It happened last year in the summertime, during Holy Week in 2018. What started as an ordinary trip turned into something I still struggle to explain. Instead of heading to the beach like most people, my closest friends and I decided to go to Baguio City in the Philippines. The summer heat was unbearable, and we wanted a place with cool weather, fresh air, and a peaceful escape from the scorching sun. Originally, Chong and Go wanted to go to Puerto Galera, but with how hot it was, Baguio seemed like the better option. For some background, the three of us worked together at the same company as phone bankers in McKinley, Tagwig. Chong was 34, Go was 31, and I had just turned 30. We were used to long shifts, endless calls, and dealing with impatient customers, so a vacation like this was something we had been looking forward to for months. Everything was planned. Our bags were packed, and we were ready to go. The excitement made it impossible to sleep, so we had a couple of beers before finally forcing ourselves to rest for a few hours before our trip. That's when it happened. Somewhere between sleep and wakefulness, I had a dream. It wasn't vivid or chaotic like most dreams, it was simple but heavy. An old woman appeared before me, though I couldn't see her face clearly. There was something unsettling about her presence, something that made my chest feel tight. I couldn't explain why, but I knew she wasn't just a figment of my imagination. There was a weight to her that felt real. I woke up in a haze, my body feeling sluggish. When we got up at 4 a.m. to prepare for the trip, I wasn't my usual energetic self. Normally, I'd be the first one cracking jokes and hyping everyone up, but that morning, I felt drained. Even Go noticed. "Bro, what's up? You're so quiet," he said, raising an eyebrow at me. I forced a smile. "I'm fine, just sleepy." I didn't want to tell him about the dream. It felt stupid, like something a kid would be scared of. And besides, what was I supposed to say? I saw an old woman in my dream, and now I feel weird about it. Chong, our designated driver, was already making fun of me for being quiet, so I let it go. By the time we arrived in Baguio at noon, the cold breeze touched my skin, and for the first time since waking up, I felt lighter. The dream faded into the back of my mind, and I focused on enjoying the day. We stayed at Go's family home in Bokocan, where we were welcomed with warm hospitality. The day was packed, sightseeing, eating delicious local food, and experiencing Baguio's unique traditions. The night was even better. We drank with Go's brothers and their friends, sitting outside, sharing stories, laughing under the cold night air. By 2 a.m., we decided to call it a night. The alcohol wasn't hitting as hard as it normally would, maybe because of the cold, Maybe because I was too comfortable. Either way, I was looking forward to waking up to hot strawberry tejo and dried fish with red egg for breakfast. But the night wasn't over for me yet. At around 4 a.m., I woke up needing to use the restroom. The temperature had dropped even more, making the air inside the house almost freezing. Wrapping my arms around myself, I got out of bed and made my way toward the bathroom. To get there, I had to pass through the living room and dining area. It was dark, the only light coming from the moon outside. As I walked, a strange heaviness settled over me, pressing against my chest. It wasn't from the alcohol. It wasn't from exhaustion. It was something else. Something I couldn't see, but could feel. Ignoring the growing unease, I finished in the bathroom and decided to get a glass of water before heading back to bed. That's when I saw her. An old woman was standing by the sink in the dining room, washing dishes. I froze. She hadn't been there before. No one had. She turned her head slightly toward me and spoke, her voice hoarse yet eerily calm. Aicho, paki suyoing ising bong tubig. Nahoy keo. Son, could you get me a glass of water? I'm thirsty. A chill ran down my spine. There was nothing particularly menacing about her words, but something about the way she looked at me, as if she was seeing more than just my face, made my skin crawl. Her gaze was deep, hollow, as if she were studying me in a way that no living person would. Still, I reached for a glass and poured her some water. My hands trembled slightly as I handed it to her. She took it without moving from her spot. Her eyes never left me. Then, I noticed something. She was taller than me. That didn't make sense. She was an old woman, frail-looking. Most elderly women I knew were shorter than I was. The realization sent a new wave of unease through me, and instinctively, I glanced at the ground. I expected to see her feet firmly planted on the floor. But she had none. She was floating, an inch off the ground. My breath caught in my throat. Panic surged through me, but I couldn't move. I couldn't even blink. I wanted to step back, to run, to scream, but my body refused to obey. She kept staring, her pale skin taking on an almost bluish tint in the dim light. Her expression was neutral, but there was something about it that made my stomach twist, like she was waiting for something. I don't know how long we stood there, but suddenly, she vanished. 1 second she was there, the next she was gone, as if she had never existed at all. I nearly dropped the glass. My body finally obeyed me, and I rushed back to my room, nearly stumbling over my own feet. My mind raced, trying to process what had just happened, but no explanation made sense. I wanted to wake everyone up, to tell them what I had just seen, but fear kept me silent. What if saying it out loud would invite her back? I forced myself under the covers, my heart hammering against my ribs. The room felt suffocating, yet I didn't dare leave. I stayed awake until the first light of dawn crept through the windows, only then allowing myself to doze off for a short while. When I finally woke up, Chong and Go immediately noticed something was off. I told them everything. They listened in stunned silence, their faces growing pale as I spoke. Go's expression darkened. "We need to leave," he said firmly. Chong, who never took anything seriously, didn't even crack a joke. "Let's pack," he muttered. I didn't argue. We left Baguio that same day, cutting our vacation short. The entire drive back to Manila, I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see that old woman sitting in the back seat, staring at me with those hollow eyes. I don't know what she was. I don't know why she appeared to me. But I do know this. When an unknown presence asks for something, sometimes, the scariest thing you can do is say yes. It was last year, during April, when my German class took a trip to Washington, D.C. It was a tradition for my teacher. Every other year, she would bring her German students to the Holocaust Museum, an educational yet sobering experience. I had heard about the trip from previous students, but nothing could have prepared me for what happened that day. We took the train from Frederick, Maryland, to Union Station, arriving early in the morning. Once we got there, our teacher, Frau, instructed us to break into groups of 5. We were given time to grab food, use the restroom, and then meet back at the center of the station. Everything felt normal, just another school trip, filled with excited chatter and the thrill of being in the city. When we regrouped, we took a bus that would bring us straight to the Holocaust Museum. I remember the weather being pleasant, the ride smooth. I even joked around with my friends on the way there, unaware that something unseen was already waiting for me inside that museum. When we arrived at the entrance, our bags were checked, and we were ushered into a lecture hall where we had to sit through a short 25-minute presentation. It was standard for the museum, meant to give visitors context before exploring the exhibits. When the lecture ended, Frau allowed us to go off with our groups. I had chosen 4 classmates to explore with, but the only name I remember now is Jason's. The moment I stepped into the first exhibit, I felt something was off. It wasn't just the expected weight of sadness that the museum carried, it was something else, something deeper. My chest felt tight, my hands slightly clammy. A cold sensation settled over me, as though the air itself was different. I instinctively reached into my purse and pulled out my rosary. Without a second thought, I began to pray for protection. It only took 2 minutes before Jason noticed. He was a hardcore atheist, and never hesitated to make his beliefs known. When he saw me praying, he turned to me, his expression twisting in discomfort. "Stop praying," he said, his voice low but firm. "You're hurting me." His words made no sense. I hadn't been praying out loud, only moving my lips slightly in silence. But the way he said it, with an almost pained look in his eyes, unsettled me. I stopped, tucking my rosary away, but something gnawed at me. I hadn't finished my prayer, and that left me feeling exposed. As we moved through the exhibits, my unease deepened. At first, I brushed it off. Maybe I was just being sensitive, maybe I hadn't gotten enough sleep. But then I started feeling lightheaded. At first, it was mild, just a slight dizziness. But the deeper we went into the museum, the worse it got. My vision blurred at the edges, and a burning sensation spread across the entire left side of my back, like an unseen force pressing against me with relentless heat. I clenched my fists, willing myself to stay steady. We continued moving, passing through different sections of the museum, each one more gut-wrenching than the last. My group carried on as normal, reading plaques, taking in the history, while I fought against an overwhelming sensation of pain that had no source. Then we reached the glass bridge. The bridge itself was made of thick glass panels, and on either side, there were displays filled with real shoes once worn by the Holocaust victims, stained with dried blood. As soon as I stepped onto the bridge, a new pain struck me. A sharp, brutal force slammed into my lower back, as if someone had kicked me with a steel-toed boot. The impact was so sudden, so real, that I gasped and stumbled forward. I turned sharply, expecting to see someone behind me, but there was no one. The pain didn't stop. Every step across that bridge felt heavier, like an unseen force was trying to hold me down, to keep me in place. Jason was ahead of me, walking without issue. The others seemed fine. But I was struggling. When we reached the other side, I was near my breaking point. That was when I saw him. I had stopped in front of a glass display containing a Nazi flag, barely registering my surroundings through the haze of pain. And then, in the reflection of the glass, I saw a figure standing behind me. He wasn't from this time. He was transparent, barely there, but I could make out the details. Blood and soot covering his torn clothing, his face bruised and battered, one eye swollen shut. He looked like he had been beaten, tortured. He was looking right at me. A deep, unbearable sorrow radiated from him. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. Jason called my name, his voice snapping me back to reality. When I turned my head to look, the man was gone. Shaken, I walked over to Jason, and he led me back to the group. But my body was barely holding on. The burning sensation, the phantom kicks, the overwhelming grief pressing down on me. It was all too much. I was silently crying, but I didn't stop moving. I just wanted to get through the rest of the museum. Finally, we entered the Hall of Remembrance. The moment I stepped inside, everything vanished. The pain, the dizziness, the crushing weight, it was gone. It was as if something had been lifted off of me, as if I had stepped out of the darkness into a place where the suffering couldn't follow. My body felt light again, my breathing normal. It was like none of it had ever happened. For the rest of the day, I laughed and smiled, enjoying my time in DC. The experience lingered in my mind, but the heaviness was gone. When the train brought us back to Frederick, my dad picked me up, and as we drove home, I finally told him everything. I expected him to be skeptical, to dismiss it as my imagination. Instead, he listened carefully, his expression thoughtful. Then he said something that sent a chill down my spine. Maybe Jesus was showing you what the Jews felt during the Holocaust. Maybe you were experiencing that pain. His words made sense in a way I couldn't explain. The way my body had reacted, the agony that had grown with every step, it wasn't random. It was real. It was someone's pain. And the man I saw? That was no illusion. I believe he was an apparition, a spirit trapped within the walls of that museum, reaching out in silent desperation. I have never had an experience like that again. But I will never forget that day. I will never forget what I felt. And I will never forget him. Nearly a century ago, my grandparents lived in a grand Victorian house in a naval-based town in southern England. The road itself was a long stretch of terraced houses, with no turn-offs for several hundred yards in either direction. My grandfather was away at sea on a long deployment, leaving my grandmother alone with my father, who was just a baby at the time. This would have been in 1925 or perhaps 1926. The house was divided into two flats. My grandparents lived in the upper flat, while the lower one was occupied by another family, the Cooks. The entrance to the building led into a shared hallway, with a staircase going up to a landing where my grandmother's door was. The door to the Cooks' flat was further back, leading into their private space. My grandmother kept my father's pram in a small alcove near the entrance, slightly out of sight from both doors. It was around midday when she heard a sharp knocking at the door. It wasn't a gentle tap, it was firm, deliberate. Startled, she hurried to answer it, expecting to see Mrs. Cook or perhaps a visitor. But when she swung open the door, there was no one there. Perplexed, she stepped onto the landing, only to hear Mrs. Cook's voice from below. "Did you knock?" Mrs. Cook called up, just as puzzled as my grandmother. "No," my grandmother replied, frowning. "I thought it was you." They exchanged confused glances before their eyes were drawn to the pram. A man, dressed entirely in brown, was standing over it, peering inside. Neither of them had heard him enter. Neither had seen him approach. Before either woman could say anything, the man turned and silently walked out through the front door. They never saw his face. Reacting on instinct, they rushed after him, hurrying outside to confront the stranger, but he was already gone. The street was empty. He had vanished. Later, as they discussed the incident, they realized something even more unsettling. The knock on the door had not only come at the exact same time for both of them, but it had come from two different doors, simultaneously. The man, from what little they saw of him, had been dressed in a brown overcoat and trousers, with a brown hat, possibly a fedora or trilby. He had walked out without a sound, disappearing as quickly as he had come. Decades passed, and the memory of that strange afternoon faded into the past. Then, 54 or 55 years later, something happened that made me wonder if the man in brown had ever truly left. I grew up in a small West Country city, though a much larger, industrialized town was not far away. I was about 14 or 15 at the time, living in a large and terrace house at the top of a hill. The house had a long hallway that stretched from the front door to the kitchen at the back. The stairs were on the right as you entered, with two main rooms on the right-hand side, the front room and further back, the living room, which also had a connecting door to the kitchen. Now, I had been born in that house, but there were days when I didn't like being in it alone. It wasn't something I could explain rationally, but there were times when the atmosphere shifted, when the house felt different. Sometimes I felt watched. Sometimes I felt I shouldn't be there. This particular day started like any other. I got home from school at my usual time, around 4:30 in the afternoon. My younger sister, who attended school in our hometown, always got back first. Normally, she'd be home when I arrived. But that day, the house was empty. That was strange. She wasn't the type to wander off without reason, and she should have been back well before me. Assuming she had gone down to the high street, I shrugged it off and stepped inside. Something felt off the moment I crossed the threshold. The air was heavy, charged with something unseen. The silence wasn't comforting, it was oppressive. Still, I shook off the feeling and made my way inside, walking through the living room toward the kitchen. Then, just as I reached the connecting doorway, it hit me. The overpowering smell of roses. It wasn't faint or lingering, it was thick, sickly sweet, as though the very air had been soaked in it. The scent wasn't coming from the kitchen, nor was it drifting in from outside. It was concentrated in that one spot, right where I stood. Curious, I tilted my head slightly to the left. The smell disappeared. I moved my head to the right. Nothing. But the moment I centered myself again, there it was, an overwhelming cloud of roses, as though something unseen was standing right in front of me, pressing the scent into the air. My breath caught in my throat. I didn't like the atmosphere in the house, not at that moment. The feeling of being watched grew stronger, my instincts screaming at me to leave. And so I did. Brave teenage boy that I was, I promptly turned around, walked out the front door, and stood on the garden path, waiting for my sister to come home. 15, maybe 20 minutes passed before I saw her approaching up the hill. I went to meet her, expecting her usual chatty energy. But she was quiet. Unsettled. At the time, I assumed she had just had a bad day at school, but later that evening, as we talked, she revealed something that sent a chill through me. The night before, she had woken up in the middle of the night, an unshakable sense of dread washing over her. She hadn't seen anything directly, but she had felt something at the foot of her bed. A presence. A figure. Dressed entirely in brown. And then, filling the room, the same overpowering smell of roses. She had lain there, barely daring to breathe, until the sensation faded and she finally fell back asleep. The next day, when she came home from school and opened the front door, she was immediately hit by the same cloying scent of roses. Overwhelmed with fear, she had turned right back around and headed to Woolworth's, waiting there until she knew I would be home. She had been surprised to see me standing outside, but it wasn't until I mentioned the smell of roses that she realized we had both experienced something. Something that defied explanation. Years later, I discovered that certain Welsh families claimed to be haunted by a spirit, an entity known by the scent of roses. Sometimes, this spirit was seen, always dressed in brown. It was said to appear as a warning, often connected to mining families. My family name is Welsh, though we left the valleys over 150 years ago. Had something followed us? Did it still watch over us, even now? Or was it something else entirely? Something that had been lingering for generations, something without rhyme or reason? I still don't have an answer. But I know this. Whatever it was, it never truly left. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I was 16 when it happened, living with my aunt in a quiet neighborhood. It wasn't the kind of place where you'd expect strange things to happen, just a normal house on a normal street, with a vacant lot stretching out behind us. But looking back, I know now that something about that land wasn't right. The first time I saw her, it was broad daylight. My aunt and I were standing in the living room, gazing out of the picture window, chatting idly about something unimportant. The lot outside had always been empty, just overgrown grass and patches of dirt. It was the kind of place neighborhood kids would run through on their way to somewhere else, never a destination, just a shortcut. And yet, that day, a little girl stood at the edge of the lot, staring at us. She couldn't have been more than 10 years old. Her nightgown, because that's what she was wearing, despite it being the middle of the afternoon, was tattered and filthy, hanging limply around her small frame. Her hair was a matted mess, her face smudged with dirt, and yet, despite it all, there was something deeply unsettling about the way she looked at us. I nudged my aunt. "Do you see her?" My aunt followed my gaze, and when she saw the girl, her expression shifted to one of quiet concern. "Poor thing," she murmured, eyes fixed on the child. "I don't recognize her. I wonder if she's lost." Without hesitation, my aunt turned toward the phone to call the police, hoping to help the girl find her way home. That was the moment the girl smiled. A slow, knowing grin stretched across her face, and then, before I could react, she turned and ran straight into the vacant lot. And vanished. I blinked. My stomach twisted. I scanned the area where she had disappeared, expecting to see her darting between bushes or hiding behind something, but there was nothing. She was simply gone. My aunt returned to the window, phone in hand, and glanced outside. I expected her to say something. "Did you see that? Where did she go?" "That's impossible." Instead, she frowned at me. "What girl?" I stared at her. "The girl in the nightgown. You just saw her." She shook her head, placing the phone back down. "I don't know what you're talking about." She walked away as if nothing had happened. As if she hadn't seen what I had just seen. I didn't bring it up again. But a few days later, I saw her again. This time, she was closer, standing just on the other side of the fence, smiling at me through the glass like she had been waiting. That grin sent a shiver down my spine. I watched her for what felt like an eternity, neither of us moving. Finally, something in me snapped. I had to confront her. I had to know if she was real. I stepped outside, my pulse hammering in my ears. She didn't move as I approached, watching me with an expression I couldn't read. Then, just as I reached the lot, she let out a soft giggle and turned, running into the tall grass. I chased after her, heart pounding. I watched as she darted toward a thick patch of bushes, expecting her to emerge on the other side, but she didn't. She had vanished. I reached the bushes, my breath coming in short gasps. There was nowhere for her to hide. Something inside me told me to keep looking, to dig. I don't know why, but I picked up a stick and began scratching at the dirt, clearing away debris. I dug deeper, the motions mechanical, driven by something I couldn't explain. Then, my stick hit something. I hesitated before pulling it out, my hands trembling. It was a scrap of fabric, old and faded. A nightgown. The same nightgown the girl had been wearing. Ice-cold fear shot through me. I dropped the fabric as if it had burned me and ran back to the house, my legs shaking. I should have gone to the police. I should have told someone what I had found. But I didn't. And that was my mistake. That night, she came back. My bedroom window faced the vacant lot, right where I had found the fabric. I sat on my floor, listening to music, the flickering glow of a candle casting long shadows across the walls. Then I heard it. Soft giggling. I turned down the volume, my heart beat loud in my ears. The laughter grew louder, echoing in the small space around me, yet, it was inside the room. The hairs on the back of my neck stood on end. Slowly, I turned to the window. She was there. Her face was pressed against the glass, her wide grin never faltering. She was floating. My breath caught. The window was high, far too high for a small child to reach. But there she was, weightless, her empty eyes locked onto mine. For a long moment, we just stared at each other. Then, without breaking eye contact, I moved. I grabbed the nearest piece of furniture, a heavy armoire, and shoved it in front of the window, blocking her out. My hands were shaking, my entire body trembling with fear. I turned my music up, trying to drown out the sound of her laughter. It only made things worse. The giggling grew louder, echoing from every corner of the room, as if she were surrounding me. The scratching started next, long, deliberate drags of fingernails against the window, slow and rhythmic. I squeezed my eyes shut, willing it to stop. Eventually, exhaustion took over, and I fell into a restless sleep, the laughter fading into my dreams. When I woke up the next morning, I felt drained, as if I hadn't rested at all. My body ached. Then I lifted my shirt. A long, deep scratch ran across my abdomen, the size of a child's fingernail. Cold terror settled into my bones. She had touched me. She had marked me. I didn't sleep in that room again. For the remainder of my stay at my aunt's, I camped out in the living room, refusing to be alone in that space. Soon after, I moved out completely. I never went back. To this day, I wonder about the little girl in the nightgown. I wonder if she was ever found. I wonder if she ever left. But most of all, I wonder if she's still waiting for someone else to see her. Losing my father when I was 12 changed everything. It was around that time that my gift surfaced, though I didn't fully understand it at first. Strange sensations, the sudden awareness of something unseen, a presence lingering just beyond my perception. Over the years, I learned to navigate it, to recognize when a spirit was reaching out. I could feel their emotions, sense their presence, sometimes catch glimpses in the form of shadows or flickering orbs. I had never seen a full manifestation. That had always eluded me. In my faith, it is tradition to visit the graves of loved ones before the Jewish New Year. If not then, at least before Yom Kippur, to honor those who have passed and to seek atonement. My family always upheld this tradition, and on this particular year, when I was 17 or 18, my mother and I had set out to do our visits. The cemetery was enormous, so large that they provided golf carts to transport visitors from section to section. Family members were scattered across different plots, which meant a lot of walking. The day was warm, the air heavy with stillness, the kind that often settles over places of mourning. My mother had gone ahead toward her father's grave. He had been her world, her everything. I knew she needed her time with him, just as I needed my time with my great-grandparents. So I walked toward their row, careful not to trip over loose stones or uneven earth. The cemetery had its own quiet beauty, an expanse of neatly aligned headstones stretching over gentle slopes. As I stood by my great-grandparents' graves, my mind wandered into silent prayers, thoughts of the past, the weight of memory pressing gently against my heart. Then, without any real reason, I felt the need to look up. My eyes drifted toward the path leading down the row, toward the road. There, walking uphill with an unhurried grace, was a man. He was elderly, tall, dressed in a crisp black suit, white shirt, and a blue tie. His silver-white hair, long enough to graze his shoulders, moved slightly as he walked. He had round glasses with thin frames perched on his nose, and the front of his hair was beginning to bald. There was something dignified about him, something calm. He looked so familiar. For a moment, I struggled to place him, and then it hit me. He bore an uncanny resemblance to a poetry judge I had once met at a convention in Florida. The likeness was startling, so much so that I wondered if this man was somehow related to him. As he neared my row, his pace slowed ever so slightly. Our eyes met. There was no eerie sensation, no shiver down my spine, no overwhelming wave of emotion as I usually felt when a spirit was near. He smiled at me, a gentle, warm smile, as if he had known me forever. I smiled back and, without even thinking, gave him a small wave. It felt natural. He nodded in acknowledgement, and continued walking up the hill. I watched him for a moment longer, then turned back to my great-grandparents' graves, letting the moment pass. Minutes later, my mother joined me. We exchanged quiet words, her paying her respects while I stood beside her. After a while, as we made our way back up the path toward the car, I casually mentioned the man I had seen. I asked if she had noticed him, mentioning that he looked exactly like the poetry judge I had once met. She frowned slightly, glancing around. "What man?" I looked up the hill, toward the spot where he had been. He was gone. The cemetery was empty. From where we stood, we had a clear view of the entire slope, all the way to the top. If he had continued walking, we would have seen him. There was nowhere for him to go, no turns, no hidden pathways. He had simply disappeared. A strange sensation crept over me, not fear, but something close to wonder. We reached the top of the hill and approached the caretakers, asking if they had seen an elderly man pass through recently. It was nearing closing time, and if he was still inside the cemetery, he would need to leave soon. They exchanged glances, then shook their heads. "No one has been here except you two," one of them said. "It's been quiet all afternoon." The parking lot was nearly empty. The main office was closed. The grounds were still. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the weather. On the way home, I described the man to my mother in detail: his suit, his hair, the exact shade of his tie. She listened carefully, nodding when I compared him to the judge from years ago. She understood my gift, understood that I often sensed things others could not. But this was different. This was the first time I had seen someone so clearly, so completely, without even realizing he wasn't real. I had felt nothing unusual. No sudden rush of emotion, no shift in the atmosphere, no flickering energy. He had looked alive. He had walked with purpose. He had acknowledged me. To this day, I don't know who he was or why he was there. Unlike every other spirit I had encountered, he had left no lingering energy, no trace of his presence. He had been there, and then he wasn't. And yet, for some reason, I had felt nothing but calm. I still wonder if he had been there for me, or if I had simply caught a glimpse of something not meant for this world. I have never seen a full manifestation again. But I will never forget the man in the suit, walking quietly through the graves, offering a silent smile as he passed. I was 4 years old when it happened, my brother not quite 6. Even after all these years, I can say with absolute certainty that what we saw was real. It was not a dream, not a trick of the mind. It was something that did not belong to this world. It was late summer, August or September of 1960. Our home sat in an isolated area, far from any neighbors. At night, the only sound came from crickets, or the occasional rustle of wine through the trees. We had no air conditioning, so the windows remained open to let in the cool night air. Our bedroom was small, simple, and shared between the two of us. It was through those open windows that something beyond comprehension entered our lives. I was the first to see him. That night, I had been fast asleep, my small body curled up beneath my blankets. My bed was pushed against the wall, directly beneath an open window with no screen. At some point I stirred, waking without knowing why. My head rested against the windowsill, and as my eyes fluttered open, I gazed up at the sky for a moment, watching the stars. But something caught my attention. A glow, just beyond the edge of my vision. I turned my head, and froze. Standing just outside my window was a man of pure white light. His entire body radiated a brilliance that should have hurt my eyes, yet I could see him clearly. He wasn't just an outline or a vague figure. He had defined features. A slender face, small nose, short hair. His eyes were of average size, his ears proportionate, and he wore a suit, shirt, tie, coat, and pants, all of it made of the same glowing white light. And yet, somehow, I could tell where his clothing ended and where his body began. Terror gripped me. My entire body tensed, my breath caught in my throat. I tried to scream for my mother, but the fear was so overwhelming that no sound escaped my lips. He didn't move at first. He just stood there, staring straight ahead, his head slightly tilted back, chin lifted ever so slightly. And then, slowly, he began to move. He didn't walk like a normal person. He marched. His stiff frame moved with unnatural precision, his legs goose-stepping forward, while his arms hung straight down, completely motionless. He didn't turn his head, didn't acknowledge my presence in any way. He simply moved, step by step, across my window. I pulled back, trying to shrink away from the sight, but I couldn't look away. As soon as he passed the window, I scrambled to the edge of my bed and peered outside. I watched him continue his strange march across the yard, moving toward the corner of the house. Then, without hesitation, he made a sharp, crisp left turn, and vanished. The moment he disappeared, my voice returned. I screamed for my mother with everything I had. Footsteps pounded down the hall. My mother burst into the room, her face tight with concern. "What is it?" she demanded. I was trembling, my words tumbling over one another as I pointed toward the window. "A man! There was a man outside the window!" She frowned, her concern shifting to skepticism. "You had a bad dream." "No," I insisted. "I saw him. He was right there." Something in my desperation must have unsettled her. Her face hardened, and she grabbed something, a rod or a stick from the kitchen, before taking my hand. "Show me." Together, we stepped outside into the night. The air was still, the world around us quiet. My mother held onto my hand tightly as we walked across the yard. The grass was cool against my bare feet, but my skin prickled with fear. We reached the side of the house, following the path Light Man had taken. Nothing. We turned the corner. Nothing. My mother let out a slow breath, her grip on my hand loosening. "There's no one here," she said gently. I kept shaking my head. I knew what I had seen. Still, she guided me back inside. I begged her to let me sleep in her bed, but she refused. My younger brother, just 2.5, was already asleep there, and she wasn't about to disrupt his rest. She closed my window, tucked me in, and left. I lay in bed, curled as far away from the window as possible, my small frame trembling beneath the blankets. I stayed awake for as long as I could, but exhaustion eventually claimed me. I thought I was the only one who had seen him. I was wrong. I wouldn't learn the truth until more than 20 years later. We were sitting in a small, local pizza place, my brother and I. We were adults now, long past childhood fears, reminiscing about old memories. And then, without warning, he said something that made my heart stop. "When I was little," he began, "I saw something strange. A man made of white light." I stared at him, frozen, my breath catching in my throat. "What?" I whispered. He didn't notice my reaction, too caught up in his own recollection. "I woke up one night and saw him outside my window. He was standing there, just standing. Then he walked past, slowly, moving from right to left. His chin was up, like he was looking at something in the distance." A chill ran through me. The same window. The same way he moved. The same tilted head. The same absence of emotion. "What did you do?" I asked. He shrugged. "I don't know why, but I wasn't afraid. I just watched him pass, then went back to sleep." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I had spent 17 years believing that I had been alone in my experience. That what I had seen was mine alone to carry. But it wasn't. I finally told him my story. As I spoke, I saw the color drain from his face. His fingers tightened around his drink. My words were his words. My memory was his memory. We spent the rest of the night dissecting the details, comparing every part of our experiences. Neither of us had spoken of it before, neither to our parents, nor to friends, nor to each other. And yet, we had both seen him. The man made of white light. The figure who moved without emotion, without hesitation, across the night. For decades, we have wondered what he was. An angel? A spirit? Something else entirely? Neither of us has ever seen him again. But even now, all these years later, the memory of that silent march, of that expressionless face bathed in white light, still lingers in the darkest corners of our minds. When I was 18, I shared a flat with my 2 younger brothers in Boise's historic Warm Springs neighborhood. The house itself was old, one of those places that had been divided over the years, split into an upstairs apartment where we lived and a separate unit below us. The location was steeped in history, wedged between a hospital, the old Idaho State Penitentiary, and the old Fort Boise Cemetery. Just a few blocks away were the remnants of historic downtown Boise, including the tunnels where Asian immigrants had once been forced to trade. The weight of the past was everywhere, lingering in the bones of the city. Despite its odd layout, we loved that house. Our living room was what had once been an enclosed upstairs porch, with a front door that no longer led anywhere, and windows that still opened into the main house. 3 outer walls were lined with even more windows, making it feel almost like a sunroom. We furnished it with whatever we could scavenge: milk crates, a boom box, a hideous pink rescue couch, and a thrift store relic of a rocker, velvety and plush, straight out of the 1970s. We hung some gauzy fabric as makeshift curtains and considered it all a masterpiece of punk bachelor pad aesthetics. The room was narrow, and the only place the couch really fit was along the shorter wall, facing the stretch of windows. The rocker sat in the middle, just beneath the front set of windows, right next to the door. It wasn't much, but it was home, in that grungy, lived-in way. One warm autumn afternoon, I came home from work to find my brother's girlfriend, Kay, waiting for him. She was sitting on the couch, quietly smoking, so I dropped into the rocker and kicked off my shoes. We didn't know each other that well, and the heat made us both sluggish, so we just sat there, listening to music, lost in our own thoughts. I started idly rocking back and forth, pushing against the windowsills with my stocking feet. It was a lazy, absent-minded motion, just something to do while we waited. After a few minutes, as I came around on the back swing, something caught my eye. A face, wrinkled and sour-looking, peering through the window. It was impossible. I told myself it was just the light, a trick of reflection or contrast, and kept rocking. But every time I swung back around, I caught another glimpse of it, watching. I slowed my rocking and turned my head to stare out the window directly. And there it was. Floating just beyond the glass was a small, emaciated figure, its translucent form pale and wispy. It wasn't quite solid, but it wasn't just mist either. It had a face, sharp, aged, and deeply wrinkled, with an expression of pure discontent. The thing wore a ruffled nightcap, something old-fashioned, the kind you'd imagine from Little House on the Prairie. Its arms were drawn up stiffly, gnarled hands clenched into fists at its chest. It was small, maybe 2 feet tall, and as it turned away from the window, it began to drift, its lower half dissolving into nothingness. I sat frozen, every hair on my body standing on end. The afternoon sun poured through the room, and yet I felt cold, like something had just passed through me. My gut told me not to react, not to let it know I had seen it. I turned away, pretending I hadn't noticed, my heart hammering inside my chest. I told myself I was imagining things. And then, out of nowhere, Kay spoke. "Did you just see that banshee behind you in the window?" My stomach lurched. I turned to her, my face draining of color. She was staring at me, wide-eyed, her fingers trembling around her cigarette. She had seen it too. We both started talking at once, frantic, each trying to describe what we had seen. Our descriptions were almost identical. The same wrinkled face. The same old-fashioned nightcap. The same rigid posture and tiny, withered frame. Kay was shaking, tears in her eyes, overwhelmed by whatever it was we had just witnessed. We bolted downstairs and sat outside, neither of us wanting to be in that room anymore. By the time my brothers came home, Kay was still visibly shaken, and one of our friends, an army medic, ended up treating her for shock. I don't think either of us had any kind of special sight. We had never seen anything like this before. But Kay was young, troubled, carrying the kind of weight that seemed to draw things in. I didn't know then how people in certain states of mind could act as beacons for energy, how sometimes the world of the unseen reaches out to those who are already cracked open. Other strange things happened in that house. My brothers, long before and long after this incident, had heard footsteps in the kitchen when no one was there. I didn't know until years later that our downstairs neighbors sometimes heard the sounds of laughter and muffled voices, as if a party were happening just beyond their walls, though the house had been a brothel once, so maybe echoes of the past were still playing out in the empty spaces. But whatever Kay and I saw that day, I don't think it was just a ghost. It was too small, too strange. Wouldn't the human spirit be human-sized? It didn't seem to be trying to communicate. It didn't seem interested in us at all. It was just there, floating outside in the broad daylight, watching, then gone. We had moved to Louisiana because my husband was military. Base housing had been small, cramped, and far from welcoming, so after living there for 18 months, I was eager for a change. When I learned that we were going to be stationed there longer than expected, I made up my mind. I wanted a house. We looked at a few options before settling on one. It was a small fixer-upper, but nothing major, mostly cosmetic work like fresh paint, new flooring, and some updated appliances. At 1,200 square feet, with 3 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, it was a huge upgrade from the 900 square foot base housing we had been living in. More space, more comfort. A place that felt like ours. At the time, we had 2 little girls, both still young. They're teenagers now, but back then, they were small enough to still carry their favorite blankets everywhere they went. This story, I believe, might have something to do with my daughter JC and her friends. If you don't know about them, that's another story entirely. But I think this event is connected. It was late at night, somewhere around 3 o'clock or 3:30 in the morning. My husband had always been strict about the kids sleeping in their own beds. He's a big guy, and he worried about rolling over onto them in his sleep. If one of the kids woke up in the middle of the night, it was always me they went to. I was a heavy sleeper, but for some reason, I always woke up when they needed me. Nothing disturbed my husband. He could sleep through anything. That night, I woke up suddenly. Someone was standing by my bed. I saw the small shadowy figure near my side, just outside the patch of light coming from the window. My first thought was that it was JC. She stood there silently, holding her blanket, as she often did when she came into our room in the middle of the night. I sat up, still groggy, and whispered, "JC, let's go back to bed. Come on." I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't in that half-awake state where things blur together. When I wake up in the middle of the night, I'm awake, fully, completely, and often struggling to fall back asleep afterward. I pushed back the covers and got to my feet. I stepped toward her, expecting her to move or respond. But something felt wrong. She was too still, too silent. As I moved closer, something shifted in my awareness, an instinctive realization that crawled up my spine. This wasn't JC. I stopped mid-step. It felt wrong. It didn't have the warmth, the presence of my daughter. She was too small. She didn't move the way JC did. And, most unsettling of all, she didn't react to me. And then, in an instant, she exploded. The dark figure burst apart, shattering into thousands of tiny fragments, scattering in all directions like black glitter dissolving into thin air. I gasped, my heart slamming against my ribs. My body reacted before my brain could process what had just happened. I turned and ran straight across the hall to JC's room. She was there. Curled up in bed, sleeping soundly, her blanket clutched tightly in her arms. I hesitated in the doorway, staring at her small, steady breaths. My mind raced, trying to make sense of it. How could she have moved so fast? How could she have gotten back to bed so quickly? Was she pretending to sleep? I moved closer, hovering over her, searching for any sign that she was faking. Nothing. She was completely, deeply asleep. The realization hit me hard. The figure by my bed had not been my daughter. I knew that, but standing there, looking down at her, it became undeniable. I backed out of her room, checking on my other daughter next. She was also fast asleep. I returned to my own room, hesitating at the threshold. My bed, my husband still asleep, the window letting in soft light. It was all the same as it had been just minutes ago. And yet something had changed. The air felt heavier. I stood there for a long time, staring at the empty space where the figure had been. My heart was still pounding. I considered waking my husband, but what would I even tell him? That I had seen something that wasn't there? That it had disintegrated before my eyes? I knew he wouldn't have an answer. I spent the next hour restlessly pacing the house, walking from room to room, checking doors, glancing into corners as if I expected to see something lingering in the shadows. But there was nothing. Despite my fear, I never felt threatened. It didn't feel malicious. For all I knew, it had been a child, looking for a mother. A lost soul, searching for comfort. It wouldn't be the last time I saw something like that. I encountered it once more. And there was one other time, when the blackness exploded again, shattering into the darkness of the night. But those are stories for another time.